used to teach too.
Yeah. Oh, I got that in the preamble. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Here we go. So introductions. My name is John Beckman, Professor John Beckman, Dr. John Beckman. We're coming to you live from Southern Command with half my brain tied behind my back. We're doing technical discussions. This is number 011. We're going to talk about the deep state. So I have with us Ivan Raiklin. Okay, so I'll give a brief introduction to Ivan Raiklin. He is a Secretary of Retribution, the Deep State Marauder, former Green Beret, Lieutenant Colonel, Associate of the Great General Flynn, speaks 5 languages, including Russian and Ukrainian. Attorney at law with a focus in constitutional law, professor of intelligence analysis with about 4 years of teaching for the FBI, CIA, and defense academies. He focused on countering MS-13 and ISIS, was a tech scout for the Army, the man who proposed the legal idea that the Vice President Mike Pence had the legal, ethical, and moral authority to not certify the 2020 election based on rampant fraud and fraudulent electors within the Electoral College.
You want me to wait for you to finish to correct some stuff, or should I jump in?
Wait till the end to correct it. Was retweeted by President Trump. He was a guest on Tucker, Alex Jones, Hodge Twins shows, amongst others. Host of the Raiklin Report every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. The MAGA of the MAGA, the ice pick who will castrate the deep state. Okay, is there anything you want to clarify?
There you go. So, I mean, it's pretty accurate mostly, but just I want to make sure that first off, I'm retired, right? I'm a retired lieutenant colonel.
Right.
The other thing is I did teach for almost 4 years at the Defense Intelligence Agency. Some of my students are members of the IC, to include FBI, CIA, potentially, and other components of the Department of Defense. So I didn't teach at the FBI or CIA academies, just for point of clarification.
Okay, but some students.
As far as the authority to not certify is not an accurate depiction. The more exact term would be, I wrote a tweet that had a memo attached to it that President Trump retweeted, and it laid out how Vice President Pence could guarantee how he could follow the Constitution and defend the Constitution and follow the Electoral Count Act on December of 2020. And then I later recommended a strategy on January 6th to his chief of staff and Kevin McCarthy. Those are 2 disparate kind of theories. I didn't tell him to not certify. I told him in that tweet that he needs to send back to the states under the Electoral Count Act in December. But by January 6th, since the states had literally violated all norms, principles in 39 states, the election, then it was up to him to wait on Kevin McCarthy to vote by state delegation on the objections. And had Kevin McCarthy ran that particular play, then it would have been up to Mike Pence to decide whether he would accept Nancy Pelosi's 1 House member, 1 vote option, or Kevin McCarthy's 1 state, 1 vote option in the House on the electors from the 6 contested states. Okay. So a little bit more nuanced. Most people try to circumvent the nuance and try to label me as, the biggest villain in the history of humanity. But when you go into the nuance and detail, it debunks them and it actually exposes them. And then it creates criminal risk for all of them as part of the treasonous actors on my deep state target list.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. So
of which now at this point, Mike Pence is one of those members.
Okay. So I did not mean to pigeonhole you in the wrong thing. It's just that I'm not a legal authority. Whereas
that's fine.
You are a legal authority.
You're operating in good faith, what I'm seeing right now. Yes. So I'm going to clarify politely as we move forward.
Perfect. Okay, so let me also just give some historical context for this conversation. So this is, and I remember following this. I remember these events because I followed the first Trump presidency very closely. So Trump and Flynn were spied on by the United States government. So that's the Crossfire Hurricane, where what they would do is they would monitor conversations of people who talk to foreigners, namely Russians, and then they could demask these people and they could spy on American citizens through these programs. This was the FBI under Comey, McCabe, Strzok, and Joseph Pientka III.
There you go.
Yep, these are Obama holdovers during the transition period. Okay, and then later Pientka III goes to the FBI to seemingly coordinate government spying and censorship on Twitter. And if you want references for these, you can see these in the Flynn documentary, and I also have a link to a video where you describe these things. Are those correct?
Let me get a little bit more exact than that. So,
okay.
The way that the spying operation within the FBI works, it's kind of multi-pronged, but it starts off with an FBI agent. They basically, or let's just say it this way. They first create public facing information known as the fake Russia hoax in a mainstream publication, such as New Woke Slimes or the Washington Compost are the two primary originators for that. Sometimes you use international assets such as Reuters in London, right? And again, some people pronounce it differently. I pronounce it Reuters in London, right, etc. So they create that fake information that you're just highlighting right there. And then that is then leveraging the court of public opinion to then demand something be done by law enforcement entities. It's they themselves, like Andy McCabe, seeds the BS so that then the public outcry then goes back to an Andy McCabe and Jim Comey to do something about it. Meanwhile, it's bogus predicate. That then creates the predicate to then task your subordinate agents, Peter Strzok, who then ends up being complicit, and Joe Pientka to go ahead and start the investigation. The investigation then includes, let's take a look at the Russia collusion with the Trump campaign. Where should we start? Let's start with anybody in the orbit of President or candidate Trump at the time that has an international nexus. Look at what we have here. It's Carter Page. Let's then create a FISA warrant on Carter Page. How did they do that? They put together a documentary package known as a Woods file. So you put that package together, and then part of that Woods file, there's an email. One of the emails that was provided by Kevin Kleinsmith, an attorney. Write these names down, please. Kevin Kleinsmith, CLI, right? And so Kevin Kleinsmith reaches out to the FBI, or excuse me, CLI, and says, hey, did Carter Page, because he's doing his oil and gas deals as a private citizen, right, consultant on oil and gas in Russia, does he come back to the CIA and tell you guys about that and debriefs? The CIA counterpart says, why, yes, he does. But Kevin Kleinsmith changes that email to say, no, he does not. That falsified, manipulated email is part of the Woods file. And a second guy by the name of Brian Auten, Auten, the supervisory intelligence analyst on Crossfire Hurricane, an adjacent employee at literally the same level as Joe Pientka, right? Basically says, my assessment based on the totality of the information is that we must go ahead and push for a FISA warrant application before the FISA court. Now, things to understand in the background as they do that. You have the FISA court is appointed by every member of the FISA court is appointed by the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. By 2012, Chief Justice John Roberts had already appointed all members of the 11-member United States FISA court, a known and renowned and devout appointee of George Bush, and thus a renowned and devout Trump derangement syndrome political operative known as the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. So with that in background, you have Kevin Kleinsmith doctored email, you have Brian Auten's falsified analysis related to it, and then that is presented for Joe Pientka to sign off on. Best case scenario for Joe, he was duped and manipulated into it, trusted those people, and then sent it up the chain for signature by Andy McCabe and Jim Comey. And that is then presented before the FISA court judge. And oh, by the way, you think really that the FISA court judge was duped, or was the FISA court judge clamoring to receive just the minimum amount of evidence necessary for him to say, you know what? Yeah, baby, let's spy on the Trump campaign so we can neuter his ability to become the president. And if he does, we can help facilitate our beloved Mikey Pence to go ahead and be the uniparty's handler for Trump, so that all information going to him is what they want him to receive. And then all for information coming out, only the stuff that they want filtered through is going to be action by Mikey Pence and the Bush-Cheney cabal. Why do I say that? Because when you look at Mikey Pence's Wikipedia article, it says that his favorite vice president ever in the history of the United States is Dickie Boy Cheney, and probably by extension, his beloved daughter.
Okay. So wait. So let me just try to summarize
Yes.
if I'm interpreting correctly. So this is actual evidence that the United States government is corrupt in the sense that it's falsifying documents to get access to listen to people's private conversations. And this is specifically on
The Kevin Kleinsmith component that is documented. He was actually charged with the 1001 lying to the FBI. But the thing is, he was given a slap on the wrist because
I think
it was Eric Holder and Jimmy and Andy McCabe or some other Jim Comey wrote an amicus brief to the judge to make sure that he wouldn't be held to account. And guess who the judge was? The same judge that went after General Flynn.
I see. Okay, so essentially, this is the main point: is there is clear evidence published in the public domain that there is clear government corruption where they're falsifying documents, and
he pled guilty.
Yes,
Kevin Kleinsmith pled guilty to that charge.
Okay, that's good, because one of my later questions is like, give me one example of like a clear crime that's been committed right here. You just did that, so I just want everybody to know, because one of the problems with the Republicans is they hear some of this stuff, but they need like the clear example. And this is one good example of clear.
Look it up. Go to Court Listener. Go to like a Pacer. Go to whatever search tool.
So I'm not doubting it. Okay. So let's see. We got a little bit more time, so I'm going to go a little bit more into some more historical.
Since we're going into this level of detail, I'm going to go ahead and play a rerun on my show so we can go into as much depth as you have time for.
Okay, that's good for me. Okay, okay, that's great. So
because you're an educated interviewer, so I want to give you the
I do have a PhD. That's correct.
So let me send a note and say rerun, please. Okay, we're clear.
Okay. This is great. Thank you very much for the extension of time. Okay, so let me give a little bit more historical context. After all this stuff happened with General Flynn and Trump,
wait. Since we have the time, let's back up a little bit. I want to give a little bit more historical context.
Okay.
You got to remember. So this is how the FBI, like the leadership and the task organization wire diagram, if you will, of the FBI. So you had the director, Jim Comey. You had the deputy director, Andy McCabe.
Okay.
Jim Comey's general counsel, meaning the senior lawyer at the FBI, was a guy by the name of Jim Baker. So Jim Comey, Jim Baker. I would kind of associate those two together if you want to do that. And then the next line, the association between Andy McCabe and Andy McCabe's senior counsel, his lawyer as the deputy director, is a gal by the name of Lisa Page.
And is this the girl that they were texting, having like some kind of an affair? I remember that.
Yes. So Lisa Page was communicating and texting with her friend Pete Strzok.
Oh, okay.
So make that connection. Link analysis I see you're doing on the screen. I'm glad we're discussing this live and you're taking notes. This is fantastic. And the viewers are going to see this, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm recording all this.
This is I think we're going to have multiple versions of this if you allow me, because you have a capability that I haven't seen anybody else have with this speed to be able to capture as I communicate this.
Perfect. Okay. So these people are talking to each other via text.
Okay. So
wait, texting or sexting?
Well, there's a lot of information out there that discusses both. Okay. I'm only focused in on treason. Okay. A lot of people talk about different levels of, transgressions, child sex trafficking, all this other stuff. That's for other people to work on.
Right.
I'm focused on this. Okay?
Capital T, treason. Got it.
Now, more people I need to include into the mix.
Okay.
So the assistant director for counterintelligence of the FBI, which would be somebody that falls under. So anytime you're running a counterintelligence operation, particularly at this level, you have to include. So you have the line agents that are involved. Okay. You have the operation that was created with the task force or whatever. And then above that, like at the end of the day, it's the head of counterintelligence. That's the senior official that then informs the deputy director and then the director, at a minimum, the director, right? At the FBI before it happens to go up the scale. So and then Jim Baker, the general counsel, is going to have to look at it to determine whether or not it feats, at a minimum, they can articulate a justifiable legal reason to allow the investigation to be predicated like started, predicated, and how in depth it can go and how it can proceed.
Okay.
So Jim Comey, Jim Baker, and then Bill Priestap, William Priestap. So it's E dot, I don't know what it stands for. William Priestap. Now, if you take a look, he's one of the witnesses in the Sussman trial. Okay.
Okay.
This is all interrelated, man. When you dig down deep, it's like, oh my God, this all makes sense now. Well, I'm here to make it make sense. Okay.
Okay, good.
But it takes a minute to lay out all of the players so that you understand.
Yeah.
Next, we have who else? So Bill Priestap, according to the notes that were disclosed based on discovery of Sidney Powell when she took over the case for General Flynn, in Bill Priestap's notes, he says, are we to get Flynn fired or to get him to lie? Like, what is the intent of our op?
Okay, so wait, so there's actual documents, government documents, where he takes notes and he says
it's Bill Priestap's not text. It's not written. It's written, handwritten notes. Is our goal to get him to lie or to get him fired? That's almost a direct quote. And if you want to search it up, you'll get the exact quote with the exact actual screenshot of notes saying that. Okay.
So these are FBI handwritten notes that are actually documenting their intention to try to destroy General Flynn. Right.
So I want to pause here and kind of do a little banter with you and ask you, as a critical thinker, you had PhD, you go through the hypotheses, right? The analytic process. I did it, done it, taught it. You probably went through the same thing from a civilian perspective. So then let's parse this out. Who is our, when it says is our goal, who does our represent?
My guess would be it's the FBI. It's the people above him who are essentially he's trying to communicate with to get permission, right?
Exactly, because that's who he reports to.
So that's
and he's
Jim
asking
Baker.
The question.
So that's Jim Baker.
Then who does Jim Comey report to get necessary top cover to continue this operation beyond January 20th of 2017,
so
when
in this case,
it's no longer Barry Hussein?
Oh, I was going to say, I thought it was going to be Obama, because this was before the transition, right?
Yeah, but how does it continue after the transition?
That's a good question, because I guess my guess would be that, so again, guess as a civilian, I don't know, but my guess would be that Obama could somehow certify that this just continues into the next administration. How
about illegal? I present you with another fact?
Okay.
Who do you think Peter Strzok's? Well, let's take a look. Crossfire Hurricane involved Peter Strzok and one of his agents that was called in, Joseph Pientka III.
Okay. And so this is the other. So we're already. Let me just to clarify. There's actually multiple spying things going on here. There's the General Flynn spying mission, and then there is the Trump spying mission. And the Trump spying mission was the Crossfire Hurricane. Is that correct?
Well, there's more than that. There's basically three categories of spying. So there's
multiple people who they're trying to get, and there's a few different organizations who are interacting, trying to get these people. Is that correct?
So Crossfire, let's start with Crossfire Hurricane. Crossfire Hurricane had 4 different sub operations targeting an individual within the umbrella operation called Crossfire Hurricane.
Okay.
One of them was the spying operation on Carter Page.
Okay, Carter Page. I remember that, but I just remember as a civilian thinking like, oh, I don't know who that guy is, but he was somebody who interacted with Russia.
Carter Page legitimately interacted with Russia, and then above board by the book was debriefed by America's CIA of what he was doing. So he was reporting back.
Yeah.
In the interest of you, like he's a former U.S. naval officer. So he did everything by the book and reported back on all of his involvement related to that.
Right.
It was that Kevin Kleinsmith flipped that to then make it look like this guy was a spy. But that was the legal evidence, or the doctor manipulated evidence, that then triggered the first FISA warrant on Carter Page. And what that did was it allows what's known as 2 hops. So imagine this. I am authorized based on the FISA to spy on you. But then I get to look at everybody that you talk to. And how many people do you talk to in the course of a year?
Oh God, thousands.
And how many people do those people that you talk to in the collective talk to?
I mean, that's got to be then millions.
That's the level of ability when you authorize a FISA warrant. I'm able to spy on you, everyone you talk to, and then everyone they talk to.
Okay, so
Which means
that's
if they go out,
that's extremely important to reiterate because the American people don't know that. So if you get a FISA warrant on somebody, again, that's a warrant that where the government thinks they might be a spy. You're saying that they can then listen to all the conversations of that individual, let's say X1, and then they can also listen to all the conversations of all the individuals that that person talks to. Is that correct?
I like that you drew it out. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a node structure. So they get, and
That's
this,
known as the two hop rule.
the two hop. Okay,
One hop from you to whoever else, and the second hop is from them to the next layer.
I see. In computer science, we call this like a node. So this is like a node structure where, yeah, okay. So this is going to give them access to listen to conversations of millions and millions of Americans that probably have no idea that they're being listened to. Is that correct?
So what I'm hearing you say is that means that they now have access and insight into all communications within the entire Trump campaign.
Probably even within the entire country. I mean, if you think about it, you could always find somebody who's talking to a foreigner. But yeah, within this FISA warrant.
And the way it was predicated was
Yeah.
based on the Kevin Kleinsmith and the illegal, right, mail.
Yeah. Yeah. So the whole
and
thing
then the
is based on
Brian
that.
Otten. Remember these names because they're going to come up later. The Brian Otten supervisory intel analyst that recommended the signature that is necessary to go through the process of creating the legitimate Woods file that then is presented before the FISA court, meaning
Yeah.
the judge and the staff of that court, to then authorize the spying.
Right.
One side note, the judge has barbecues with Peter Strzok.
Okay, so the judge who looks at this FISA warrant that approves this thing has barbecues. Okay, what's the judge's name?
I think I'll have to look again, but I think it was Judge Contreras.
Okay, we'll say Judge
Rudy Contreras.
Contreras with a question mark. We think it's him.
And that was the first judge that was randomly selected to be the judge for General Flynn.
I see.
Until he was forced to be recused. And then it was placed into the hands of Judge Emmett Sullivan.
Okay.
Okay. Man, I think we're going to kill it in this interview.
Yeah.
So we have a capable interviewer. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what. Okay. That's good. That's a good compliment because this is actually my first interview.
Number two.
Yeah. Number two.
George Papadopoulos.
Okay. I remember that name, but I don't remember what that person did.
Number three.
Okay.
General Flynn.
Yep.
Number four, Paul Manafort.
Yeah, I remember Paul Manafort. He was
now let's look at this from a political targeting perspective.
Right.
Carter Page creates our international predicate, albeit illegitimate. Another person that we have for international predicate to be able to kind of quasi fake say that there's international connections, George Papadopoulos. So he's out in London, he's out in Greece, because he's doing some advisory work too, right? As a private guy. And so they put in front of him, put in the names all next to George Papadopoulos, Stefan Halper. S-T-F-A-N.
Halper. F-A-N. Halper.
Stefan Halper.
Okay.
Okay. And then put in the name Azra Turk. A-Z-R-A-T-U-R-K.
Okay.
And when John Durham is asked by Matt Gaetz when he's testifying about Azra Turk being a honeypot and if she worked for the FBI, John Durham's like, no, Matt Gaetz. I'm here to cover up the previous cover-up. I don't know anything about Azra Turk's involvement in being a honey trap into trying to get George Papadopoulos to do or say something that could then reverse justify us spying on him. That's my interpretation. But basically, John Durham spent 3 years basically putting together about 50% of what I'm about to present to you.
So this guy, John Durham, is he in the FBI?
Department of Justice. He was
DOJ.
appointed as the special counsel
So
to look at the origins of the Crossfire Hurricane operation. Meanwhile, all he did was cover up for it.
It's okay. So he's
You heard of
covering
this
up.
name?
So John Durham?
Yeah.
I thought there was a no. I never heard that name.
Okay, yeah. So that's a big name in the community that like thought that he was all legit.
Or was there that, or is that like the Durham report?
Yes,
Like,
that's the same Durham.
I vaguely recall like the Durham report, and the only thing I recall about him was that, like, yeah, supposedly like that was a legitimate investigation. That's what we were told. But you're saying he's covering up the fact that they were the FBI.
No, he just slow. Yeah, all he did was slow roll. Remember, he was the one that prosecuted Sussman, and he was the one that prosecuted Igor Danchenko. We'll get into all these details.
Okay, so wait, let me go back to this Azra Turk to just clarify. This Azra Turk is you're saying a honeypot agent. Does she work for the CIA or the FBI?
Unclear.
We don't know, but she's some kind of a honeypot that was targeted at George Papadopoulos. And
yeah, so just so that you know, for the viewer and the listener, I have talked to. I'm going to say this probably for the first time, maybe publicly. Maybe not, but I'll say it again. Carter Page. I have communicated with Carter Page at length, extensively, to kind of make sure that my understanding and research is accurate. He still has a lawsuit pending against them for violating his Fourth Amendment. It's still going through the courts. Number two, George Papadopoulos. I have communicated regularly with George Papadopoulos. And now I'm going to say publicly, because, well, I spent 2 months with him on this tour for the Flynn movie. I have also communicated regularly with General Flynn. The only person that I haven't communicated with that was one of the 4 targets of the Crossfire Hurricane op was Paul Manafort. Now, let me so George Papadopoulos was a lower level kind of guy in the campaign. So Carter Page, the FBI, went after him through that illegal FISA. For George Papadopoulos, there was a separate op run out of the London station of the CIA. The station chief was Gina Haspel. Gina Haspel, as a side note, I'd put her with like Papadopoulos.
She's now the head. Is she still the head of the CIA?
He then became the lead cover-up person over at the CIA, as President Trump was duped into accepting her as the director of the CIA. As I'm laying all this out, John, my last 4 years were teaching our U.S. intel analysts and international partners of what the American intelligence community system looks like. Mission, roles, responsibilities, leaders, and basically, in some instances, down to the level of kind of capabilities within each organization. Meaning task organization, mission, roles, responsibilities. And let's just say after 25 years in the system, I may know one or more people in each agency.
So
just for context of the context.
So I mean, that's why I wanted to talk to you, because I know you know.
Those are the 4 individuals that were subordinate to the Crossfire Hurricane op. The code name for the General Flynn op was called Crossfire Razor.
Crossfire Razor.
Okay. So how did they do General Flynn? Well,
I remember. Let me see if I got it correctly. From what I remember.
No, it's done differently in each case.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, supposedly, we don't know. Like for Carter Page, we know publicly that there was an illegitimate, illegal Woods file that triggered a FISA warrant. Now, one thing. Let me stay on Carter Page. The approval authority to get a FISA warrant is you start off with the FBI agent. Joseph Pientka III. And then you work your way up to, the general counsel, the deputy director, and then the director of the FBI, Comey, right?
Right.
And then it goes before the judge.
Right.
So in this case, when you do a FISA, it only allows you to spy on an American citizen for 90 days. Okay.
I see.
And then you have to file for an approval.
Right.
Or excuse me, a renewal.
Right.
Well, when Joseph Pientka III testified in 2020 before the Senate Judiciary Committee, where good old Lindsey Graham, another cover-up crew member, was without informing Senator Grassley's office or any of the other Republicans, called in Joseph Pientka III. And during that hearing or that testimony, Joseph Pientka responds with, when he's asked, where is the original Woods file? And his attorney, because he was represented by DOJ, FBI attorneys and his personal attorneys. When that's the case, that means he's sitting on some stuff that they're trying to make sure that he doesn't accidentally disclose the complicity and the criminality of his colleagues at the FBI, but at the same time protects himself from any legal criminal exposure, right?
Right.
So he, in a very nuanced manner, is basically saying words in order to not disclose anything. What does he respond with? Are you referring to the reconstructed Woods file / FISA warrant application?
That's the one they resubmitted. So you're saying that he
when you say when I say reconstructed, to me that means there wasn't an original one that was destroyed, and covered up.
Got it.
Indirectly. So that's nowhere to be heard and seen, supposedly. Okay.
What a load of bullshit.
But we'll get to that because, well.
Okay. So just to get back on track.
We are on track. I'm still providing the baseline context that you need to be aware of.
Yes. No. Okay. So let me just try to summarize where we're at. So essentially, all the justification for Crossfire Hurricane are all fraudulent FISA warrants. And we're just about
No, there was one FISA warrant, and it was done on Carter Page. And then there were subsequent renewals, 3 renewals.
Okay.
But the 3 renewals were renewed based on the previous illegitimate predicated first one. And then that Woods file that was illegitimately predicated that Woods file was destroyed as people were starting to figure out that it was like Joseph Pientka, I think, figured out that it was like illegitimate. And that's when he decided early on in January of 2017, like, I don't want to be part of this. I'm out. But we're not there yet.
So let me ask a question. Does the original FISA warrant then justify the spying on all 4 of these people or only one of these people? Or you're saying if you get one of these people, then you can spy on them all because they're all connected?
No, because it technically only allows you to spy on Carter Page.
Okay.
But then it allows you to then do the 2-hop rule to look at other ones.
Yeah. Okay.
And so what does that 2-hop rule do? With the George Papadopoulos situation, there's no fraudulent FISA warrant that we have evidence for. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that that's not the case. I'm just saying that we don't have evidence of that.
Okay.
In the case of George Papadopoulos, now I would leave that out for Papadopoulos because that will confuse people because that's not, there's zero evidence to support that.
Okay, I'll tuck that out.
Now for Carter Page, absolutely. For George Papadopoulos' situation, that's where you have John Brennan of the CIA working with his chief of station in London, which is one of the most important stations in the world for the CIA, with Beijing and Moscow and Paris, right?
Yeah. And so John Brennan was in London with Gina Haspel.
No, John Brennan was the CIA director in DC. At Langley.
Okay.
And so remember, he has to coordinate with his station chiefs globally, right? Through a division. So European division. So Gina Haspel is there at the same time, coincidentally or not, when this whole op on George Papadopoulos takes place. And he wrote a book, Deep State Target, for details. Read his book, Deep State Target. Okay. And for Carter Page's details, read the lawsuit that he's filed against these people that violated his 4th Amendment. They're listed
Okay.
there. So the spying and the manipulation kind of monitoring of George Papadopoulos starts at the CIA level and then continues when he returns back from his trip to Greece. He is then stopped by two FBI agents in Chicago. He lands and they ask him, where's the $10,000 that you got from, I can't remember the guy's name right now, in Greece. And he's like, I don't have it. It's because George Papadopoulos gave it to his attorney or something when that was also traveling out there in Europe. And so he didn't have it with him. It was an entrapment that they were trying to do.
Okay.
And so one of the two lawyers that stopped and questioned at the airport in O'Hare, George Papadopoulos, is a dude by the name of, get this, Kevin Kleinsmith.
Okay, so that's the original guy who was involved with preparing the original fraudulent Woods file.
Yes.
Okay.
And he's now involved in perpetuating the lie via George Papadopoulos, right?
So he's involved from the FBI to try to entrap George Papadopoulos.
Yep. And so here's what they get George Papadopoulos for.
Okay.
They basically start to investigate, coerce him into saying, hey, we're going to go after you for lying to us. And if you don't, we're just going to keep prosecuting. And so George Papadopoulos ended up taking a plea saying that he lied to, and he got like, I don't know, a few months.
So essentially say like, we're going to lawfare you to death unless you comply with what we're doing.
Correct. Exactly. Okay. So that's George Papadopoulos. General Flynn's situation is unique as well. I mean, see all these different when you ask me, is there one op? No, there's like parallel ops going on here.
Happening simultaneously from different organizations, including CIA and the FBI.
Right. So back up a little bit. August of 2016 is when it was just disclosed a couple months ago through the Twitter files releases, Michael Schellenberger's most recent one from a few months back, that John Brennan basically put out a memo in August of 2016 tasking his liaison partners in Britain and Australia to go ahead and start to spy on 22 plus Americans in the Trump campaign.
Okay.
Dan Bongino might have, go to Dan Bongino, and he did a piece on this with, and I think he received the actual original stuff. I have not seen it. That goes into actually more than 22, like maybe closer to 30 individuals that were spied on. Again, John Brennan is the one doing it. Why? It's because they couldn't get the necessary lawful or quasi-lawful predicate, albeit fraudulent, via the FBI's FISA process, right? Okay. Which then, when you get a FISA, it authorizes you to work with the NSA to then, right, collect everything.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
So since they couldn't get that, then what they did was, why don't we use our liaison partners, meaning British intelligence, Australian intelligence, Five Eyes intelligence, to go ahead and say, hey, imagine like I'm Gina Haspel and you're the head of MI6, John. And I say, hey, I can't spy on the following 22 American citizens because that's just the law in America. But these are the names of the people that I can't spy on.
Right. So if
wink,
they can't, if they can't do it legally within the United States, they ask other ally spy agencies to spy on Americans.
It probably, in order to CYA, it probably sounded something like this. These are the names of the people that I can't spy on, friend.
Yeah. Okay.
Use your imagination and use your creative thinking skills.
Right.
Okay. And then once they find some foreign influence and nexus, then it triggers the predicate that now can be utilized.
So did they somehow associate General Flynn with this Russian diplomat? Is that how that happened?
Now, just like, you're a perfect segue in the question. That's where I'm getting to. Okay. So just like Carter Page was legitimately reporting back above board by the book, General Flynn received, after he retires, he goes to a speaker's bureau, just like almost every other retired general goes to a speaker's bureau and says, hey, my subject matter expertise is in these categories of things. Please help me and be the middle person to find speaking gigs for me to do to get compensated for my subject matter expertise on the global stage. Okay.
Right.
So one of those that they find is, hey, RT, Russia Today, is doing a 10-year anniversary in Moscow, and they want you to speak about global security.
Right.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So he goes and briefs the Defense Intelligence Agency that he is about to do this. Above board, by the book.
So he tells, when you say the intelligence agency, is that the CIA or?
No, his former agency that he was the director of.
Oh, the
DIA,
DIA,
the Defense
okay.
Intelligence Agency.
Sorry,
right?
there's so many of these that.
Yeah, there's 17 of them plus the DNI. No big whoop.
But essentially, he's publicly saying, like, I'm going to go speak about this. So
not publicly. Secret. Well, publicly it's, hey, I'm doing this. But then later it comes out, because that interaction that he had with the Defense Intelligence Agency would have been probably an NDA or kind of a classified conversation, right?
Right.
As well as the debrief. But it wasn't until later, through legal disclosures, that it became public, declassified, that then could be talked about.
Right.
But anyway, he tells the DIA, goes and travels to Russia with his son, Michael Flynn Jr., attends that. And then at the same table, all of a sudden, President of Russia walks in and sits next to General Flynn. Who else is sitting at that table?
His son?
Jill Stein, who was a presidential candidate for the Green Party in the 2016 election cycle. But you never hear anything about that. But there's a photo of that. And the photo that's used is taken by the, the Russian press office. Peskov's office, who's the Russian spokesperson for president's spokesperson.
Okay.
Okay. So he does his thing. They basically are in physical proximity for the whole room to hear and see for whatever it was, 10, 15 minutes. And then he comes back and then debriefs with the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Right.
But what happens in the court of public opinion?
He was pegged as a spy. That's what they said about him.
Yeah, they basically used every name in the book. This is the worst person ever in the history of humanity. Never before has the human race experienced such a traitor.
Yeah.
Is the autofill on CompuSearch, right?
It was bullshit.
So, with General Flynn, since they can't get anything on him because everything's above board, and he represents the biggest existential threat to those running the Crossfire Hurricane op, because he's the only one in the Trump orbit that knows the system and can peel the onion back to down to the pixel level individual on who did what and how it was illegal. They have to deploy everything in their arsenal to take him out, which includes what? Enter in one of my categories of the deep state target list.
Okay.
The 39 individuals.
Okay.
Of the senior most national security and officials within the U.S. government that illegally unmasked General Flynn.
Yeah, I remember this.
Let's go through some of those names.
Just for context, tell me if I'm correct, that under the FISA warrant, you're not supposed to know who the actual person is. It's supposed to be censored. But then if you unmask them, you find out who they are. Is that correct?
No. You're confusing two different authorities within the government to be able to kind of function to spy on someone.
Okay.
So one is under the FISA process, as we laid out with Carter Page. So Carter Page, the target is not supposed to know that the government is spying on them, but the government knows who they're spying on, obviously, right?
Right.
So which begs the question, was George Papadopoulos under a FISA? We don't have evidence of that. Was General Flynn under a FISA? We don't have evidence of that. Is it likely? It'll be interesting to once we, probably the case. I would say. We don't have evidence that occurred.
So let me ask the question. If there was not a FISA warrant, would it be completely, totally illegal for them to spy on George Papadopoulos and General Flynn? Or are they are they under the FISA jurisdiction of the original Carter Page one? Because Carter Page might talk to George Papadopoulos and Flynn.
No, so the breach of the campaign starts with Carter Page.
Yeah.
Through illegitimate reason, right? But
right.
Assuming it was legitimate, then that's how they opened up the door. But it's not to say that, especially for George Papadopoulos, a lot of these things are going kind of simultaneously.
So they
with
might
General
have
Flynn,
yeah.
With let me contextualize General Flynn's situation.
Yep.
He was twice appointed by Barry Hussein as the Assistant Director for National Intelligence for Partner Engagements. Right. That role meant that he coordinated on behalf of the entire intel community for Clapper, the DNI at the time, engagement and interaction and synchronization efforts and coordination efforts with local, county, state, tribal, federal, interagency, and global. His portfolio in that position, the first one of its kind at the time, was the biggest of anybody else's. His level of context and knowledge of the entire intel and national security system is unmatched by anyone, former or current, in any administration.
Right.
And then he gets appointed as the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is arguably maybe the largest intel agency on the planet. Okay. Right. And the funding that it has to supervise, et cetera.
Right.
So that's someone that was appointed by Barry Hussein, right?
Right.
So he knows the system. And then in 2014, when he's the director, and I'm a low, mid-level analyst, if you will, in the system, I observed that Barry Hussein resigns him after General Flynn speaks truth to power during testimony, saying that, yeah, ISIS ain't no JV team, and that little old, whatchamacallit, Iran deal ain't so good. Okay.
Right. So he was resigned for saying ISIS was the JV team.
No, for saying ISIS was not a JV team.
ISIS was not. I remember Obama said
because that's what Barry Hussein was saying.
Right. I remember that.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. So that's who the Barry Hussein administration resigns. And then in 2015, General Flynn becomes the only person in the Trump orbit at the very early stages to say, hey, I would like to advise you. And then, so this is a guy that knows the keys to the kingdom and knows the system. And so he's a threat because he's got insider baseball. So General Flynn, we don't find out until Kash Patel with Rick Grinnell as acting director of national intelligence for literally a few weeks, declassifies. Is my camera going in and out?
Yeah, it is.
So I don't know what's going on, but can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Interesting.
Yeah, it might be a cyber attack. No kidding.
So in the interest of stability, so that's not.
But I can hear you okay. Nothing with the mic went bad.
There
we go.
I'm going to change cameras.
There we go.
So Rick Grinnell, when he was the acting director of national intelligence, and Kash Patel, his deputy, declassified the names of the individuals that illegally unmasked General Flynn, 39 of them. One of those names is the last name on the list was the failed vice president. Wait for it. Joseph Biden.
Joe Biden.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another name to highlight on that list that we need to kind of store in our memory is a gal from the Treasury Department known as Sarah Raskin. Raskin.
Okay.
And she needs to be, confused with her husband, Jamie Raskin, congressman from Maryland who led the impeachment hoax 2 as the lead impeachment manager.
So she's married.
Who last week said he's setting up civil war conditions in the event Trump wins.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
And he said that he's going to file 14th Amendment Section 3 article that he's drafted should Trump win, so that Trump cannot be seated on January 20th of 2025. Should the Democrats win the House?
So can I ask a question about
we're getting ahead of ourselves.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm just trying to understand. So the 39 individuals, are they required to give permission to do the unmasking, or like why are there 39 individuals associated with the act of unmasking?
Yeah, so purportedly, there's a legal framework that allows for senior national security executives to take a look at a piece of raw intel, meaning communications with the Russian ambassador between General Flynn and the Russian ambassador, as General Flynn is trying to prepare to enter in as the national security advisor. Yes, after the election and before the inauguration, right?
Right, during the transition.
But these guys are trying to do everything in their power to stop General Flynn. So their first thing that they do is through the unmasking to see if they can find out if they can go after him and take him out. Okay?
Right.
So they listen in, they get the transcripts, and while this is going on with the unmasking illegally, you have the Crossfire Hurricane op. Remember, the unmasking is primarily at the National Security Council level and the White House level and senior cabinet level officials. So it's somewhat outside of the Crossfire Hurricane op, okay, which is also looking into Flynn. Okay. Right. So what happens? Joseph Pientka and those that are doing the Crossfire Razor operation on General Flynn on January 4th recommend closing the original counterintelligence investigation on General Flynn. And here's a little background on that. Joseph Pientka III, in August of 2016, by McCabe and Comey, is sent to do a counterintelligence defensive briefing of candidate Trump, Chris Christie, and General Flynn. That was the purpose publicly or disclosed to those three individuals. But the secondary purpose of Joe Pientka being deployed was to observe the mannerisms in which General Flynn and others responded when he mentioned Russia, Russia, Russia. Okay. And then report back. If you want the notes, the exact notes of Joseph Pientka III, that can be found online.
Okay.
Okay. He writes the notes of what his recollection was in that meeting, August of 2016. Okay. So fast forward, the lower mid-level employees of the FBI recommend closing Crossfire Razor on January 4th and on January 5th. What does Barry Hussein, Joe Biden, Sally Yates, Jim Comey, Valerie Jarrett, let's see who else, and some other players, they're listed on the wall that's referenced in the Flynn movie. They have a meeting. Susan Rice, another one. They have a meeting. And in that meeting, they're like, it looks like they're closing Crossfire Hurricane because there's nothing, they couldn't find anything.
Right.
So then they're like, oh crap, we have to come up with something new.
Wait, you mean
to Crossfire Razor? Take out General Flynn.
You mean Crossfire Razor, right?
Crossfire Razor, sorry.
Okay. So then they need a new excuse to continue.
They need a new excuse to go after General Flynn because he's going to come in and be the national security advisor. And all of them are use the preferred expletive. They're screwed.
Yeah, they've probably committed crimes against the Constitution.
Yeah. So, and General Flynn would like a piece of that response.
Right.
And he's going to be in the one position that can create maximal consequences, accountability, and as I like to call it, retribution for that transgression. Couple that with General Flynn had indicated that he was going to look at every single presidential finding, covert action, the black budget. and who was involved and what corruption was involved in it, which would implicate all of the previous CIA directors and all presidents previously in any wrongdoings. Okay.
Okay.
So he was a big threat to both sides of the aisle. So January 5th rolls around. So Joe Biden comes up with the idea, what about this Logan Act thing? Can we go after him for the Logan Act? Because, well, let's just kind of take a look. So what do? They look at General Flynn's Flynn Intel Group, the company that he created after he gets out of the military. And then they look at his General Flynn's son, Michael Flynn Jr., and his business partner. I'll remember his name. And so they look at those three corporate directors of Flynn Intel Group, and then they're like, oh, wait, one of the deals that he did was with a Turkish businessman. And although he filed the necessary lobbying forms, let's go after him for not filing a Foreign Agent Registration Act filing.
This is
Meanwhile,
is this Michael Flynn Jr.?
For all three of them.
Okay.
And so when you look at the rules, a FARA is required if you're doing any business or work on behalf of a foreign government. Okay. Well, that wasn't the case. He was doing a support role for a businessman. So the filing wasn't required. So then they're like, hey, if you want us to file, we'll file. And they decided to use the number one FARA filing experts in DC. And they're like, okay, so if you're an executive and you're like, hey, I'm going to hire the best renowned lawyer on a particular subject, it should be taken care of, right?
Right.
But no, because one of the partners at that law firm, it turns out, is Eric Holder, the first AG for Barry Hussein.
Right.
And so they open up this FARA thing with, like, there's nothing there. But then they use that to say, hey, we're going to come after you. But before they do that, I shouldn't say before. As the predicate for that starts on January 5th, they then redeploy the FBI agents Joe Pientka and Peter Strzok with the notes as listed by Bill Priestap. Are we to get him fired or to get him to lie on January 24th of 2017 as those two agents are sent over to interview and question General Flynn? And this is based on Jimmy Comey's statement before a journalist in front of a crowd. And this is a lot of this is in the movie, Flynn Deliver the Truth, Whatever the Cost.
Right.
These snippets. So they send the two agents, and the agents ask General Flynn about his communications with the Russian ambassador. Okay. And he responds, and the agents are supposed to write what's known as FD 302. It's a form that combines the notes and the recollection of the meeting that the agent has with the target of the investigation. And it's supposed to be completed within 5 days of the interview. Fast forward 5 days. Nothing. And so fast forward, 7 years, and that original FD 302, just like the Woods file, is nowhere to be seen or heard. Why? Because the FBI is covering for it. Why? Because Joseph Pientka III, the junior agent in the tag team duo of Peter Strzok and Joseph Pientka III, Joe Pientka was the one that wrote the FD 302. And in that, if the original FD 302 matches with his testimony before Congress, that means the original 302 said that he did not believe General Flynn was lying or gave any indications of misrepresenting anything. Now you see why it's Joseph Pientka Awareness Month and how he can be the mother of all whistleblowers, Mr. Beckman?
Yeah. So he originally wrote a file that said after the meeting with General Flynn, essentially he trusted Flynn. but then you're saying later the document was changed to suggest that he did not trust Flynn?
Absolutely. No,
Okay.
no, no, not him trusting Flynn. He removed himself off of the Crossfire Hurricane. So Pienka believed Flynn.
Yeah.
But then when that took place, that means that there's no predicate, right? It just so
Right. It makes
they investigated him for Crossfire Razor, nothing. They investigated him again, nothing. So what are they going to do next to try to take out General Flynn? Enter in a couple of new names.
Okay.
Let's go back up to the top.
Okay.
One of the employees of Peter Strzok is a Russia analyst by the name of Catherine Seaman.
Catherine Seaman.
It's like Hollywood names over here, right?
Spelled as I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay.
So with the C, Catherine with the C.
Oh, okay.
And then SEAM.
Oh, okay.
SEA.
Got it. So she works for Peter Strzok.
Seaman. So SEAMAN.
Got it.
Okay, so Catherine Seaman, when you dig a little further, you find out that she is married.
Okay.
And her husband's name is, write it down, Joshua Pitcock.
Okay. Like that? Pitcock? Okay. Okay, so
yes, these are the names.
Okay.
And then you find out that, what does Joshua Pitcock do for a living? Considering his wife worked for Peter Strzok as a Russia analyst, perpetuating the Russia for Peter Strzok and the FBI. Well, Joshua Pitcock so happens to be at this time the chief of staff for, wait for it, drum roll, please, Mike Pence.
Wow. Okay.
Bam. So let's pause here because this is important.
Okay.
From an insider's perspective. So Joshua Pitcock is working for one of the statutory members of the National Security Council. Okay.
Right.
Because the vice president is one of the statutory members of the body known as the National Security Council, thus having access to the highest level national security and intelligence information. I would suspect that Josh Pitcock has the same level of clearance as the principal that he supports, right?
Right, Mike Pence.
And what about Catherine Seaman? Does she probably have similar clearance as PD Pablo Strzok when she's working the Russia?
Maybe. I guess I don't know.
I would say almost certainly.
Okay.
Now let's kind of agree on a few assumptions here. Would it be a fair assumption to say that Catherine Seaman talks to her husband, Josh Pitcock?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they gossip about this stuff at night.
Okay. Would it be a fair assumption that considering both are not only husband and wife, but also have the highest level clearance that our government gives in the executive branch, they feel comfortable without violating really any sort of norms or principles to disclose what they're working on?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Right. I would make that assumption myself. Now let's create the next level of assumption. Do you think that the chief of staff, Josh Pitcock, communicates with his boss, Mike Pence?
Yes, for sure.
And do you think that he communicates to his boss, Mike Pence, of which both have the same level of clearance, the conversations and context and information that his wife provides him to Mike Pence?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I guess it would depend on his ethics, but I don't trust their ethics. So I would say he probably conveys everything that his wife tells him.
Would it be a possibility, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Is it more than possible? Like if you were to kind of assess it, I would say that it is much more than even chance that those conversations took place.
Yeah, probably.
Would that be fair? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. So since we agree on that point, it begs the question. How much of a role did Mike Pence play with his chief of staff, Josh Pitcock, and Josh's wife, Catherine Seaman, in Peter Strzok's and enter a new name, Rod Rosenstein, the Deputy Attorney General, their effort in conducting the 25th Amendment removal of President Trump discussion. As soon as Trump removed Jim Comey as the FBI director.
So you're saying Peter Strzok and Rod Rosenstein in the FBI were having conversations about removing Trump, and there's a possibility that Mike Pence was influencing those conversations through his chief of staff, who communicates with their spouse, who's connected to Peter Strzok. Did I get that right? That's a lot.
Yeah, that's something to look into, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So how do we look into it? We look at the text messages between Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, right, wherein she says, hey, we can talk to Katie, meaning Catherine Seaman, about the insurance policy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Ooh. So what insurance policy are you referring to, Lisa Lee and Petey Pablo and Catherine C? Or excuse me, S? Ha ha ha. Inquiring minds want to know, Mike Pence, as you are placed under oath with your chief of staff and his wife when we get to a trial in the General Flynn lawsuit against y'all.
Oh, that'd be
we're waiting on the judge to allow us to move forward.
So there is an active lawsuit about this that may eventually cause some of this stuff to come out into the public.
Ooh, yes, there is.
Okay, that sounds very interesting.
Okay. So let's go back to General Flynn.
Okay.
So the original FD 302 that was truthfully written by Pientka is basically silenced out. And it wasn't until they were able to throw out General Flynn, meaning getting the prong of getting him fired, because Mike Pence fired him, by the way. How do I know this? Mike Pence's attorney, as we were talking at Trump International Hotel years ago, explained to me and a couple other folks that the most adamant he'd seen Mike Pence about anything advising President Trump was when he was advocating for the firing and removal of General Flynn. Huh, that is interesting. So, now that they've removed General Flynn, they still have to remove him from being able to advise President Trump, right? Get him fired or to get him to lie. How about they actually went for gusto, went for both, and then some? So how do you get it so that it sounds like he lies? Well, you have to change the FD 302 form.
Right.
That's where you enter in Andy McCabe's lawyer, Lisa Page, to work with her friend, Pete Strzok, to start to change the text of that original FD 302 into something that says General Flynn is lying.
So is there evidence for that they actually changed the text? They actually fraudulently created a new FD 302?
The evidence to support that is consistent with that conclusion are the text messages between Lisa and Pete talking about changing the text of the 302.
So there's actually text messages talking about changing the text of the FD 302.
Yes. Okay. And if you were to gain access to a system called the Sentinel system, you should be able to see every keystroke that took place from the original FD 302 to each change, date, timestamp, and maybe IP address in which user recommended and actually actioned those changes.
So you're saying the changes in these official governmental forms are actually logged, and somebody can go in and look at those.
Yeah, but they are doing everything in their power to stop that from being released, to include raiding Mar-a-Lago so that they can re-seize the evidence that was declassified, showcasing the entire Crossfire Hurricane op, of which they stole from President Trump that he was going to use in the RICO lawsuit against these very individuals. And General Flynn was going to use that same evidence in his civil lawsuit against these individuals.
Right. So is there any way to get these files? Like how does one go about getting them?
One way is to retake control of the executive branch.
Okay.
And so, which begs the question. This is why they're willing to do anything and everything to stop Trump from coming back into office.
Because they're going to go to jail because they're actually
because all of them are going to face retribution to the maximum level. And if I have any say in it, I will be live streaming it from start to finish, from the actual physical arrest, of which I will volunteer to be deputized for while I wear 50 GoPros on my body, live streaming it. And I will be live streaming, participating in deciding which state will conduct the capital punishment on these individuals.
Wow. Okay. So essentially, like to summarize here, there's a ton of evidence that people in the government in multiple different organizations are creating fraudulent files to spike investigations against.
Now, we've only really discussed the FBI and a little bit of the CIA's role.
Right. I have some other questions about, some of these other government organizations.
We're only on 3. You want to hit Paul Manafort real quick?
Yeah, for completion, we should. Okay.
Yeah, just to complete it. Yeah, we're going to cover all. I think this will be, I'm going to have to postpone all these other interviews because this one's, you got time?
Yeah, I mean, I got nothing to do, so I'm good for the rest of the day.
In that case, let me.
If this is helpful, I'm happy to be a help.
Hey, cancel all of my, or postpone all of my remaining interviews until I tell you otherwise. Okay. So, yes, this is good. So, Paul Manafort. Now, this is just by speculation based on all of the other observations that I've made. So, in 2014, as I'm sitting on the Ukraine crisis team in the Pentagon's National Military Command Center as an analyst,
right,
and providing my perspective of what's going on in Crimea, in Donetsk, in Lugansk, in eastern Ukraine, right?
Right.
I see that, and even before that, good old Johnny Boy Brennan, the CIA director, travels over to Ukraine.
Right.
Oh, by the way, everything that I discuss is not related specifically to my time on the Ukraine crisis team. That's just context. In my free time as personal private citizen, Ivan Raiklin, that's what I publicly disclose. Okay. Got to give that disclaimer. So, Johnny Boy Brennan travels, as I observe it, on Russian media because you introduced me as I speak Russian. I read and understand Ukrainian. And so that helps inform me on the English, Ukrainian, and Russian language sources.
Right.
So as I'm observing, the Russian media talks about how Johnny Boy Brennan travels to Ukraine and facilitates what many see as the financial post bribe for a successful coup that just occurred in the Maidan and all that other stuff.
Right. I've heard about that.
So Petro Poroshenko is patted on the back. Good job. You're now going to be our lackey in Ukraine. And Vicky Nuland will help facilitate some of that stuff. But anyway, that's another thing. And what's her name? Fiona Hill is going to be also involved in the conversation as we lead forward, as we bring in whistleblower evidentiary hearings before the House committees. And we'll bring in the one of the twin Vindman traitor brothers, if I may say so, Fiona Hill. Anyway, I digress. So with the Ukraine stuff, as I'm observing, and in my private capacity, Brennan travels over there. Then he tees up failed Vice President Joseph Robinette Biden, Biden-Linsky, right? And so what does Biden do when he travels to Ukraine, to Kiev, as he's there before the Verkhovna Rada, which is their parliament?
Right.
Well, he talks to Poroshenko and says, hey, I got a deal for you. Barry Hussein just authorized good old Biden to go ahead and do what? We're going to develop your economy. And I'm the point man, he says, for Ukraine, for Barry Hussein. How about this? We won't talk about the 10% for the big guy yet, but here's the deal. I have a guy that's going to help you develop your natural gas and oil and kind of natural resources sector in unconventional ways. This guy is so fantastic. He's the smartest guy I know, Petro, and his left nostril can sniff out oil fields.
Hunter Biden.
And his right nostril has the keen ability to sniff out natural gas fields to develop one of your largest natural gas company with his right nostril. Okay.
Right.
That guy so happens to be my crack baby, cocaine addict son, Hunter. Have I got the deal for you? All we ask for is you provide him $1 million a year for his hookers and blow, and he will be on the board of Burisma. And one other stipulation. If you want $1 billion, what's 10% of $1 billion?
You're asking me to calculate 10% of $1 billion. Don't make me do math publicly. I left below the calculator.
100 million, right?
100 million. Okay.
Okay. 10% for the big guy, right?
Yeah, that's a lot.
So if $1 billion, and I'm just speculating here, 10% for the big guy and extrapolating it from the other deals that were done that Tony Bobulinski shared with his testimony before Congress, as well as when he was interviewed by Tucker Carlson. So anyhow, so remember that whole discussion? Hey, if you're not going to fire the prosecutor general that's investigating Burisma, of which my son is about to be the board member, then you're not going to get the $1 billion, Petro.
Right.
So then what does Petro do? He fires the prosecutor general from investigating Burisma, and that's the ROI that Burisma got for paying for Hunter Biden's hookers and blow to the tune of $8 million divided by 12. What is that every month? You can do the math.
Don't make me do it.
80-something thousand dollars repeating.
Okay, so but how does this connect to Paul Manafort?
That's exactly what it connects to. So now you know the context of Ukraine and Biden's business deals in Ukraine.
Right.
Is it possible that Paul Manafort's dealings in Ukraine gave him an insight to be able to disclose what I just explained to you way early as he was the campaign chairman in 2016 for President Trump, and then could have used that in later investigations because of his relationships and ties with key individuals in Ukraine's on legitimate business deals that Paul Manafort that was involved in. Basically, was Paul Manafort getting too close, and were his hands in the same pot that the Biden criminal syndicate wanted full unilateral and monopolistic authority over? My speculative, educated guess would lead me to believe that that is a hypothesis well worthy of investigating to see if there's any evidence that is inconsistent with it.
Right.
I haven't seen any, but it requires further investigations to see whether that rings true or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So one final question is, I can't remember, what did Paul Manafort actually get convicted for? Because he actually served in prison. What was the conviction?
FARA violations.
And can you explain that real quick?
Foreign Agent Registration Act violation.
Oh, I see.
Meaning, if you're working with the foreign government, you have to file through the Foreign Agent Registration with the DOJ, National Security Division.
Right.
So that American government knows that you are receiving money from a foreign government, and they are then in a position to monitor whether or not that's a legitimate, meets all national security and legal requirements. Now, as a side note, since we're talking about Ukraine, Paul Manafort and FARA, Guess who is an actual foreign agent registered with Ukraine?
I was going to say, I was wondering if Hunter Biden was, or you, Ivan.
Not me.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a foreign agent because I've never done any of this work to require and trigger a FARA filing.
Right.
I was offered with a Canadian company to do some consulting work, and I said, no, I want nothing to do with any foreign entity that has any remote capability of me having to trigger a FARA filing, because I want to be completely pristine here.
Yeah.
So I can go after these scum maximally. Okay. So, and it was a sizable offer, but I was like, no, I'm not, I don't want anything to do with that. So having said that, that's why I'm borderline destitute. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So having said that, the person that I'm referring to is a gal by the name of Disinfo Diva, Nina Jankowitz.
Jankowitz?
Does that ring a bell?
No,
Jankowitz.
I have not heard of her.
If you go to Twitter, you have the ability to share screen.
Yes.
Open up your Twitter and type in Wikipedia, WICZ.
WICZ.
As a user profile.
Oh,
within Twitter.
Okay. Let's see here.
So go to search, explore, and type in Wix, WICZ, IP. There you go. Nina Jankowitz.
This person. Oh, I blocked her.
Probably blocks you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It looks like I blocked her or she blocked me. I don't know.
No. She blocks everybody, I think, that follows me.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
I wonder why. I'll explain why, America. So Nina Jankowitz was the gal that was going to be the Mistress of Truth for good old Ali Mayorkas. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
The Ministry of Truth?
Wait, refresh me.
Remember that they were trying to promote...
I do remember that. Yeah. This was recent, though, wasn't it?
Last year, about 18 months ago. They were trying to create the Ministry of Truth at the Department of Homeland Security.
Yes, I remember that. And there was a huge...
And the person that was going to head it up was Nina Jankowitz.
No shit. Okay, yeah, I remember.
And she is actually a foreign agent registered
for Ukraine.
Is she registered? The registrations that she put in the file are the one for her relationship with a British company with, let's just say, ties to other adversarial countries. That entity, and then number two, a German organization with possible ties to other adversarial, right? Possible cutout, these British and German. Okay. So foreign agent. It looks benign at first, but when you start digging, it's like, it might not be so benign. Now, as far as Ukraine goes, somebody exposed, his name is Jason, and he's an unstable, I'll call him an unstable genius, very good, solid investigative reporter, but he is very emotionally unstable. But having said that, I will laud him where appropriate, and I'll call him out where appropriate. Okay. So where he is good, he identified a photo of Nina Jankowitz, and then as he looked at the metadata, he noticed the geotagged information that included the photographer that took the picture. He contacts the photographer and asks, "Hey, where did this take place? Because it looks like it was done in Kiev." And he's like, "Yeah, this is a picture I took of Nina Jankowitz while she was in the campaign headquarters of Mr. Zelensky."
Okay. So she was photographed in Kiev with Zelensky, or in a place where Zelensky visited?
At Zelensky's presidential campaign headquarters.
Okay.
I wonder what that's all about, America.
But it makes me nervous that these people would want to crack down on anybody who disliked the Ukraine situation.
So what I'm getting at here is the Mistress of Truth, the Disinfo Diva, Nina Jankowitz, right?
I like the Mistress of Truth.
I like disinfo diva, right? The
Yeah.
disinformation czarina. So wait, you're telling me that she was? How does somebody like her get access to the campaign headquarters of a presidential campaign of a foreign nation? Are you telling me that she's just volunteering for free out of the blue on her own dime, traveling to Kiev? This young woman just has money to spend and burn to volunteer for good old Zelensky.
Yeah, I doubt
It
that.
starts to unravel a lot of other things. The whole bribery and money laundering scheme known as Ukraine.
Mhm.
Oh man, how much do you want to go? We can go 10
Well,
hours in this thing.
no, well, so essentially, let me just try to summarize. So essentially, like there's a ton of corruption in Ukraine, and it's probably the Bidens, Brennan, and this agent Nina Yankowitz is involved in this corruption. And it's possible that Paul Manafort knew a little bit about this corruption, and so they needed to get him. That's the speculation. Is that correct?
The speculation is that they needed to remove Paul Manafort for two reasons. He was the, campaign chair and a close ally advisor to President Trump, and they needed, like, with all these people, they needed to remove him and them from the Trump orbit. Now that President Trump was elected, the uniparty cabal, in order for them to be able to handle.
Wait, your mic went out. Your mic went out. I can't hear you. Hey, you're there. You're back. What happened?
Hey, you need to take your email off if you're going to publish it, right?
Yeah, yeah. I should do that.
All right, so
Okay.
no, the battery died because I was unplugged. I'm
Oh, okay.
unplugged.
Okay, I was worried
Plugged
there's
in.
another cyber attack. Okay, good. Okay, so we're just wrapping up. These are the four individuals that
Just
were
this segment we're wrapping up.
yeah. These are the four individuals that were targeted by Crossfire Hurricane, mostly under fraudulent justifications, and much of this details the connections and
With the political objective of taking out those individuals within the Trump orbit that could then advocate to have him go after the criminal actors that are in government,
right.
and
So
they
this is
needed to remain in place so they could handle through Mike Pence and the cabal around Trump. Thus, they removed what? Steve Bannon, Paul
right,
Manafort, General Flynn, Carter Page, all these people that are clean, pristine, that could expose their corruption. They had to remove them and then go to the next level of criminalizing them so that they could stay in power. So the
right.
uniparty, the deep state, the cabal, permanent Washington, unelected bureaucrats could stay in place as a fixture. Okay.
Right,
That was the objective
right,
because they weren't able to steal the election in
right.
2016.
Okay,
All right.
so
So that covers your first question. Next.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So I was gonna say, okay, so let me also just add, okay, so I still have like a ton of questions, but again,
Hey, I'm willing to go till the end.
okay, so there's a couple things that
But
I
don't
just
feel
wanted to,
rushed because this
okay,
this is going to go so massively viral because we're going into so much depth and detail that I've
okay,
never
great,
done with anybody yet.
okay,
Because no one has had the preparation and you know what I mean, like you
yeah. Well,
have.
I watched a ton of
Let's
videos.
roll.
I mean, I collected a lot of thoughts on this. Yeah. Okay. So let me just try to also give again. There's more context to many of the things that I want to ask about, even after all the stuff. I mean, most of the stuff we just talked about in the last section was stuff that happened in 2020, right? So we haven't even talked about any of the corruption that is happening like right now. Okay, so
No, this is just all the same people are going to pop up.
yeah, okay.
Because
So
I'm going to have you go back as I reference some of the people that I just mentioned.
yeah, okay. So let me just talk about some of the things real quickly. Just say some of the things that have happened and are happening recently. So let's see. So these are pertinent current events evidencing the government weaponization against Americans. So Trump and Flynn were spied on by the U.S. government. They impeached Trump for no reason. They rigged the 2020 election against Trump. They mislabeled the January 6th protesters as insurrectionists. They labeled MAGA and Trump as racist Hitler Nazis. They put Americans in jail for internet memes. They tried to remove Trump from the ballots. They lawfared Trump and are working to put him in jail currently. They denied RFK Secret Service. They systematically weakened the Secret Service with DEI efforts. They SWAT raided Roger Stone, Steve Bannon, and Trump, and finally tried to murder Trump by successfully shooting him in the head with a bullet. So all this giant list is evidence that the government has been weaponized. Okay, a couple other things to say.
Pause.
Yeah, pause.
No,
okay,
no,
pause.
I can't let you just go and just
pause.
cover it with such super at the superficial layer. Let me get a little bit more context to that.
Okay.
So Trump and Flynn were spied on. Got it. Impeached for no reason.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you want to go into this, but after, so remember, so first they get Trump, General Flynn kicked out, and then they start to weaponize against him with the lawfare, which stops him from being able to communicate with President Trump because it bogs General Flynn down to the point where he can't advise Trump about his like blind spots. No, he has all the blind spots, and every blind spot can be covered by General Flynn. But those blind spots are told to him, to Trump. Oh, Mike Pence has got it. He knows what it. So you're getting it filtered from Pence, who's in on it, as I explained, through his chief of staff and his wife.
Right. So it's suspected suspected that Pence is in on this.
Yes. So next up is 2017 early. We talked about it. The removal of General Flynn. And then, just for full disclosure, I was in the vetting process to take on a role for General Flynn on the National Security Council to work for him.
Mm-hmm.
Good chance it would have been what Vindman ended up taking. Alexander Vindman for the later National Security Advisor. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, folks. How the course of history just changed with these treasonous scum. All right. So anyway, 2017 rolls around. May of 2017. Who gets fired? Jim Comey, because they suspect something.
Yeah.
And so what happens next? Sally Yates is fired. Jim Comey's fired. Ooh, the uniparty deep state cabal is now concerned. We must foist our beloved FBI director on Donald Trump so we can continue to handle him. How do they propose to do that? The Bush-Cheney family advocates through Mike Pence. Why don't you go ahead and tee up our former FBI director, Roberto Mueller? Good old Robert Mueller.
Right.
And guess what happens? President Trump's like, no, I'm not going to hire him.
Right.
So then what does Mike Pence, this is speculation. I think Mike Pence, after that happens, contacts he and or the Bush family syndicate, calls Rod Rosenstein. We talked about Rod Rosenstein. He was up there as the deputy attorney general. They call him and say, hey, since Trump will not take in Robert Mueller as the FBI director so we can continue to cover up our stuff and keep him in a box and handle him, why don't you appoint him as the Russia hoax perpetuator as part of the Mueller team?
Wait, appoint who? Rod Rosenstein?
Rod Rosenstein appoints Robert Mueller to be the special counsel.
Okay.
To perpetuate the next phase of the Russia hoax.
Oh, that was the Mueller report.
The Mueller investigation.
Yeah.
And the report.
So
let's back up and think about this.
Wait. So let me just say quick. So Pence was actually pitching the guy to Trump to appoint him to the FBI directorship position, and that was the same guy who led the Russia investigation. Is that correct?
So I don't have direct evidence to support that. That part is my extrapolated, you can call it speculation,
Okay.
best guess
Okay.
of who was involved in actually, let's make the same assumptions that I'm making. I'll kind of step you through of what assumptions I'm making to get to this conclusion.
Okay.
Who in Trump's orbit would be the ones that would be most interested and knowledgeable of who to recommend to be the FBI director to replace Jim Comey? Let's start with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's either I'm only thinking Pence, or I'm thinking there was the one general who, after Reince Priebus, was appointed as his staff director. I can't remember his name.
Who in the collective political Republican circles would be interested in recommending Robert Mueller to be the FBI director? Could it be the previous person that appointed him as the FBI director?
Oh, but you're saying Bush?
Yeah, is that? I mean, is that a decent assumption?
Yeah, probably. If he was,
that is the assumption that I'm making.
I see.
And so, if you agree with that assumption, and you see and agree that I'm sure there's a lot of communications between Bush and Cheney and Pence, based on the totality of the external evidence, then you can make the next assumption of they are probably working together to replace Comey with their beloved Robert Mueller.
So wait, let me ask one question quick. I interrupt here, ask a question. Is it documented for sure that Pence actually ended up pitching Robert Mueller?
That's what I'm saying. I have not seen any evidence documented that that's the case. I'm saying it based on a series of assumptions.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, but
it is work, which means in intel speak, if that is an intelligence gap,
okay,
I'm filling it with assumptions until we can get an investigative pathway to take a look at all meetings, all text messages, all emails and communications of Mike Pence.
No, no. So you're saying
George Bush.
You're saying there's an intelligence
of his chief of staff, Josh Pitcock.
Huh? But okay, so let me just clarify again. My question is, did somebody, regardless of motivation, did somebody actually go to Trump and say, you should nominate this guy, Robert Mueller? Did that happen?
Well, I'm going to answer this with a question. Do you think President Trump knows anybody in his ecosystem that would be interested in being the FBI director of his business associates and colleagues that are making millions of dollars to become the FBI director?
I don't know.
That Donald Trump would be like, hey, I want you to be my FBI director. Or is he relying on others around him? And if he's relying on others, who are those people that he's relying on? The ones that are with him at all times are who?
Pence. I mean, VP Pence. Yeah, for sure.
Pence. And who's not with him and can't communicate with him?
So okay. So wait, who did actually get appointed as the FBI director? I can't remember. After Comey.
Well, let me continue.
Okay.
So a good question, John. All right. So Rod Rosenstein appoints Mueller to be the special counsel after he's not selected as the FBI director. So he's put in as a role in order to perpetuate the cover up and the hoax.
Right.
A little side note on Rod Rosenstein. Take notes.
Okay.
This is so important. Rod Rosenstein in 2005, the same year that Bush Jr. appoints the Chief Justice John Roberts, within a few months, he's appointing Rod Rosenstein to be the U.S. Attorney for the District of Baltimore.
Okay.
Out of the 94 U.S. attorneys in the country, the only one to be a holdover from Bush to Obama is Rod Rosenstein. Interesting. What are some assumptions you can make from that?
He knows a lot. He's deeply connected to the deep state. I don't know.
I would agree with those assumptions.
Okay.
So what dirt does he have, and who does he have dirt on to be able to maintain his position on behalf of the Bush syndicate that appointed him? Okay. So he's the longest standing at the time. He becomes the longest standing U.S. attorney in America.
Okay.
Interesting. Just a little data point. And then, he goes through the motions, and then he becomes appointed as the deputy attorney general.
Okay.
So if you have that in mind, that there's some investigative things that need to be looked at, right? Maybe you'll help me out with that.
Yeah.
To deep dive into this guy and the Dirty Tricks Squad in Baltimore. Tricks.
I mean, anybody associated with Baltimore would make me skeptical.
With Rod Rosenstein. So anyway, that's something to look into.
Okay.
So with Rod Rosenstein, he appoints the Bush's beloved, I call it the Bush's beloved Mueller, to perpetuate the hoax. But the deputy for the Mueller team is Andrew Weissman.
Okay, so this is under the Mueller report. There is Andrew Weissman.
So the head person is Robert Mueller.
Yep.
The deputy is Andrew Weissman. And why don't you take a look and note the book License to Lie, written by Sidney Powell in
that sounds like
2014.
Okay.
Which talks about at length Andrew Weissman's role in illegally putting together two criminal statutes to fantastically come up with, in a fairy tale, another statute that he creates in order to somehow criminalize Enron executives, of which Sidney Powell helped the effort to have that overturned 9-0.
So this guy,
in her book, she lays out the corruption of Andy Weissman, and he gets promoted up the chain because of it. She knows the details of the FBI, DOJ scum.
So you're saying in the FBI, in order to get promoted, they actually ask you to do illegal things, and if you do some illegal things, then you're sort of like godfathered into the system, and then you get.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the evidence is consistent with that assertion.
Okay. Well, I mean, I agree. I think the FBI is completely corrupt. Okay.
So that's yeah, I'll leave it at that. Remember, as a reminder, I spent 25 years in the system. I may know at least one person that I've known for decades, and each of these elements and components that let's just say may or may not give me some insight and context within their legal framework to do so, to confirm or deny my hypotheses.
Okay. So wait, let me also just say one more thing. So it seems like the overall theme is that if we were to like peg, one of my questions later is like, who is the deep state? And it seems like the deep
we're
state,
laying it out here. We're building the blocks.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And so it seems like the deep state is primarily the FBI. Would you agree with that? Or no?
I'm laying out it's one of the two major components.
Yeah, okay.
And former and current CIA, which I haven't even gotten into that yet. Okay, because we're kind of focused right now on the FBI.
Yeah.
But yes, they are definitely top tier, maybe number one, likely number one. But number two or tied for first would be the CIA actors that we're going to lay out here shortly.
Okay, so that was actually one of my questions is who is the deep state? And so you would argue that the major components are the FBI and the CIA. I think that's an important thing to say. Okay, so now let me ask a follow-up question.
Do we kind of flesh that out? Oh yeah, so going back. No, go up.
Okay.
We only covered the first phrase.
the first phase. Okay.
No, go down.
Phrase?
First phrase of that next section.
Oh, you're saying the FBI. You're saying the FBI. We haven't covered the CIA.
Hold up. Impeach Trump for no reason. So when the Mueller investigation concluded.
Oh, this. I see. Okay, yeah.
And it flopped. They couldn't find any Russia. The next phase of that op, in the middle of that, they created what's known as the Foreign Influence Task Force at the FBI, which institutionalized the Russia hoax to create a funding stream, right?
Yes.
And
So
say that the FITF, FITF, and the
FITF.
section chief of the FITF becomes Laura Demlow.
Laura Demlow.
TEHMLOW.
MLOW.
She's now the #2 person, deputy for counterintelligence at the Office of Director for National Intelligence. Anyway, that's fast forwarding too much. So Laura Demlow.
Wait. Let's talk about this because I was very interested. I saw a video, I think, where you talked about this, the Foreign Influence Task Force. So this is within the FBI, and this is something that allows them to investigate anybody who has some kind of a Russia connection. Is that correct?
Right. So remember when they said that the Russians manipulated the internet to such a degree that it caused Donald Trump to win.
Yes.
Blame it on Russia. Okay.
Right. They said that. Yeah.
Well, so far we've laid out how that's been completely bogus and debunked with what they did to Flynn and Carter Page. It was all above board, etc.
Right.
But they had to continue to perpetuate the hoax to cover up for their transgressions. One method of doing that was to institutionalize an entity, a section here, to basically say, oh, we're going to counter foreign interference in our elections with a specific focus on Russia. This is the entity that was created.
Okay. So I wanted to ask about this because something specific. In 2020, I ran for U.S. Senate in a primary. Okay, I was primarying against Tommy Tuberville and some other minor candidates in this field. And it was kind of a joke, but it was also kind of real. And what I was doing is I had a Twitter 1.0 account with a Periscope account. And I was doing Periscopes every day. And every morning there were these weird Russian, I mean, maybe they were bots, but they were Russian speaking like language internet actors coming into my Periscopes. And they were posting Russian comments. And I always suspected those were probably FBI agents. Like, I always wondered if there were FBI agents, like, creating these bots to post Russian language into my chat so that they could, like, spy on me. And so I'm wondering, like, do you know anything about this Foreign Influence Task Force at the FBI? And do you know anything about how they might manipulate the system to target Americans?
I don't know specifically, but I could find out.
Yeah.
Now, in addition to that, I want to highlight another individual. So you have the section chief, Laura Demlow. Remember, this was created by, you asked me, who ended up becoming the FBI director instead of Mueller? It ended up becoming Christopher Wray at the time, who later changed his name after January 6th to Christopher Wray Epps.
Wray Epps, okay.
I'm being facetious. I'm joking when I say that.
I thought Wray Epps is the guy who they think did the January 6th, right? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I say Chris Wray, because his name is Christopher Wray, W-R-A-Y.
He was probably influenced.
And then I basically say he changed his name to Christopher Wray Epps.
Right, got it.
But say Chris Wray. So a little background on Chris Wray before we continue. Christopher Wray was the attorney for Chris Christie. Remember the governor from New Jersey?
Yeah.
When he was involved in that Bridgegate scandal. So Chris Wray is, let's just say, tight with Chris Christie.
And Christie is no fan of Trump's.
Right. And so Chris, you'll start to see why that is in the relationships. It's pretty evident. Now, Chris Wray, also a former partner at a law firm in Atlanta called King and Spalding. Spalding. Please take notes.
Okay.
And another partner at King and Spalding that's worthy of note is a gal by the name of Sally Yates, the former acting attorney general during that Crossfire Hurricane illegal spying op that was in the January 5th meeting that was to determine the fate of General Flynn, since they had nothing and they had to create something.
Right. So essentially everybody that keeps getting appointed to the FBI constantly has connections to these cover-ups. That's kind of like what's happening. That's the pattern that's
That's the
emerging.
theme. Yeah, that's the pattern. All
Yeah.
right. So Christopher Wray creates the FITF, and then Laura Demlow heads up that section. And guess who the supervisory intel analyst is for that foreign influence task force? His first name is Brian, and his last name is Otten.
Definitely, we had that guy before. Where was?
Wait, what? Are you telling me that that's the guy that was on Crossfire Hurricane that gave the assessment along with the Kevin Kleinsmith doctored email to get the FISA court to spy on Carter Page? Is that the same Brian Otten you're talking about, John?
Yeah. Oh, this guy.
It
there
is.
We go. We highlighted his name. Okay, so that's the guy that's involved with highlighting or with falsifying the Woods file.
He was the supervisory intel analyst on the Crossfire Hurricane op, and then was promoted to be the FITF supervisory intel analyst in order to.
So that's shocking that people who were clearly like working to undermine Trump keep getting promoted within his system. Like, that's kind of shocking. How is it just that the swamp is so?
Well, he has no clue.
Yeah,
and the only guy that could get to it to expose this is General Flynn, of which Mike Pence fired to create that blocking force.
Yeah, so it seems like the problem is just Trump doesn't know the names of people who like are in this system. And so he just, I guess, is delegating promotions, and the deep state is just solidifying itself.
They're just running circles around him.
Yeah, that's problematic, but this could also be used to advise in the future, a future presidency. I mean, it seems like you really have to clear out the entire system.
Yeah. I agree. Similar to how Elon Musk did to Twitter 1.0.
Yeah.
To the tune of 80 to 90%.
Okay, so so was there something else you wanted to say about this? Okay, so this is the connection to the impeachment.
Impeachment. So as Mueller comes out with his Mueller investigation, of which I read a couple times, there's no Russia collusion. Right. So what happens? He testifies before Congress. It's a dud. Everyone sees that he has dementia while he's trying to testify, if you watch the actual hearing. And so now the cabal springs into action to go into the next cover-up, which is the Perfect Phonecall.
Oh, this is
where President Trump asks, "Hey, Zelensky, is it possible you got dirt on the Biden criminal syndicate? Because if you do, that's a national security concern, and we need to expose that."
Right.
And so what happens? Enter stage left, the twin traitor twins. I said twins twice.
The Vindman brothers.
Alexander and Yevgeny Vindman.
Right.
What do? They're the ones that are, okay, Michael Atkinson. Look this name up, America. He is the Inspector General for the United States intelligence community at this time. Okay. And they changed the definition of what a whistleblower is so that somebody with indirect knowledge of the fraud, waste, and abuse can now report about that indirect knowledge of fraud, waste, and abuse. That's something we call in court as circumstantial evidence.
Okay.
Whatever, they do it. They changed the definition of vaccines as well, didn't they? But that's for a later time.
Yes, they did.
So anyway, they changed the definition of what a whistleblower is and can be. And then they start to cover up for the, aren't you supposed to face your accuser under the Fifth Amendment? No, because you can't expose Eric Ciaramella, who was the fake whistleblower that the twin traitor Vindman brothers were facilitating his evidence of, oh, he listened to the Ukraine call, and it was the worst thing ever in the history of humanity that we must impeach for. Because the Mueller investigation failed to show Russia. Let's create the next bogus piece of content in this next phase.
Yeah.
Let me enter some new players. By the way,
Well,
everybody
wait,
I'm
let me just say one
introducing
thing.
is on my deep state target list by category.
Yes.
This category is the impeachment one hoax category.
So let me just say one thing about the phone call is I remember all I was thinking at the time was it should be the president of the United States that sets the foreign policy. And I remember that the Vindman brothers, whatever, they tried to become a whistleblower because they felt like Trump's foreign policy was not the foreign policy of America. But they should not be overruling Trump. I mean, he's the one who sets the foreign policy.
Yeah, but there's way more to it than that, and that's why you're here. That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
I love we're going into detail here. So check this out. Alexander Vindman, a lieutenant colonel. By the way, I retired as a lieutenant colonel, right? So this guy doesn't impress me. So he's a foreign area officer. Oh, I used to serve as an assistant army attaché in the Republic of Georgia in Tbilisi. Right. So I kind of know what a it's in American DOD, it's called foreign area officer, where you're basically a military diplomat, attaché.
Right.
So anyway, this chubby little ranger, Alex, Sasha, as his name would be in Russian, Ukrainian. So good old Sasha is basically by Ukraine being offered to be Zelensky's Minister of Defense.
Wow.
Oh, wait a second, America. Oh, slow down. Why would Ukraine, another country, their leader or the leadership in Ukraine offer an American officer, lieutenant colonel, to be the Minister of Defense, to head up their entire Ministry of Defense, equivalent to a Secretary of Defense, to lead the DOD of a foreign power?
I don't know. I mean, that's disturbing.
How do you come to the point where you are offering him to be the Secretary of Defense? The immediate alarm bell that goes off in my mind is this guy has already been recruited by Ukraine to then be placed in the American national security ecosystem to work the problem, whatever that problem is.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe. I mean, my hypothesis would be that Ukraine would want to hook in somebody from America to entrap America into some kind of foreign entanglement. Is that kind of what you're implying? That's
kind of the component. I mean, like, how did they get to the point where they offer a Secretary of Defense position to somebody that would you offer a Secretary of Defense position to somebody you don't know?
No, and
what? Okay, so you got to know them, right? Do you probably have to trust them?
Yeah, and that's a very
high know them, trust them, have some sort of leverage over them. What is that leverage and knowledge and trust, Alexander Vindman? Is that why you block me on Twitter, punk? Because I know the bodies and I know where the bodies are buried, who buried them, and I'm coming after you because he's one of the key players on my deep state target list, along with his brother Yevgeny, who's running for Congress in the 7th Congressional District in Virginia.
Oh God,
this cycle in order to seek immunity from us coming after him.
Yeah, that's disturbing. So wait, one question about that. Is he running a primary right now, or he's already been nominated as a Republican?
He won in the primary.
Oh shit. that's problematic.
Now we have to get behind the Republican nominee, albeit not my favorite, but he's what we have. So
that's very problematic. I mean, I would honestly rather have the Democrats in this side. Oh, okay.
Vote Republican in the 7th Congressional District. Derek Anderson, please vote for him to take out traitor Yevgeny Vindman. So here's the deal. So Alex Vindman, infantry officer, foreign area officer, is over there at the National Security Council heading up Ukraine policy. Is his brother is head of he's the lead ethics lawyer on the National Security Council, Yevgeny Vindman, who's the one that's basically covering up for the Eric Ciaramella whistleblower, as they're working that with Sean Misko, who goes from the NSC to then work for Adam Bullshift, chair of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, to then initiate the impeachment hoax. So Adam Bullshift leverages this entire cabal to then create and perpetuate this whole impeachment hoax. since the Mueller investigation completely fell flat on its face. That's the next cover up, and it continues to escalate. Oh, by the way, the attorneys for the whistleblower, Eric Ciaramella, also in this category on my deep state target list, are the names Andrew Bacaj, also with a Twitter account, who was a lawyer for Johnny Boy Brennan at the CIA. And Eric Ciaramella was a CIA detailee to the NSC during that whistleblowing call, the perfect call.
Okay.
You see how they just internally are conducting coup after coup after coup after coup. Meanwhile, General Flynn is not in the mix to stop it all because he knows who it is and how to stop it.
Right.
Because Mike Pence fired him.
So what I'm realizing is there are these giant networks of people who are within the deep state. And yeah, they just keep fucking people over and getting their own people promoted because they have power within the organizations. So it seems like you can never get rid of them because it's like whack-a-mole. You get rid of one and then they just appoint their brethren to
you don't even get rid of them, they just move.
Yeah, exactly. So this brings up
the FITF.
Yes.
The FITF, Foreign Influence Task Force.
Yeah.
So check this out. Guess what else happens about this time that the FITF's created? So in 2018, the general counsel of the FBI, Jim Baker, goes out to San Francisco just like Joe Pientka III did. So Joseph Pientka III goes to the San Francisco field office of the FBI, but Jim Baker goes to Twitter 1.0 headquarters, where he becomes the deputy general counsel of Twitter 1.0.
And just to reiterate, Jim Baker, that was the original guy that was connected to Crossfire Hurricane.
That was the lawyer that allowed and said it was legal to do a counterintelligence investigation on the Trump campaign with the underlying illegal predicate.
So we had the guy who's spying on the Trump campaign immediately go to Twitter 1.0. Just now, I imagine, expand the spying operation to everything Twitter.
Yes, and then conduct and manage the censorship industrial complex from within.
Yes, and that's why, again, like that's why I keep wondering, like, is there a way for normal Americans to figure out if they have ever been targeted by these gigantic like programs?
Yes, they can. I had a 5-hour meeting a couple of weeks ago with Matt Taibbi, and I said, "Hey, what's the name of that? Who was the name of that person that spied on me from Twitter, or not spied, but censored me and suspended my account?"
Yes,
he gave me the name.
Okay, who was it? What was the name? Jim Baker?
Stand by, because my battery died on my phone.
Okay.
Let me look it up from the email that I got from Mr. Taibbi with the screenshot. Well. No, it's in my other email inbox. Stand by. You better be recording all this, and we better post this soon.
It's all recording. I can post a long for it immediately. It'll probably take maybe a couple hours because it's going to be very long. But then what I'll do is I'll chop it up, and it's going to take me a while to analyze this entire thing.
So let's see here. Corey Fabish, Corey. Last name Faibish.
Okay.
Another one, Mary Strong. Another one, Amber Nicole. Let me take a look at LinkedIn because I think we did I was going to do a deep dive on her.
Well, wait. So Matt Taibbi told you in an email that these three people.
No, I had a 5-hour meeting with him, and we discussed a lot of stuff we're covering now on where I recommended he kind of pursue and continue what I call the mother of all Twitter files.
Yes, and I have questions about that, but maybe that's later. Or do you want to talk about that now?
No, let's do later.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm setting the foundation to understand who the individuals are as it
Yes.
relates to all of this, right?
Yes.
What happened to you? There you are.
So essentially, again, just to summarize, the FBI has people like Jim Baker who were managing spying on Americans, and now they go to Twitter and expand their spying operations. And Elon Musk now has recorded files of these conversations, which he
Now
inherited
it's
after
not only spying. I mean, yeah, spying, but I think more importantly, it was
censorship.
managing the content that was
Yes.
allowed in the court of public opinion in the national
Yes.
conversation as it relates to exposing them.
Yes, and that's why I want to know there should be a giant list that gets published about every single person who was targeted by government individuals, because every single one of those people had their First Amendment rights taken away, and they should be
Yeah,
able to
but we
see
need
them.
to first identify who was involved, who was likely involved in that.
Yes,
That's where I
yes,
lay it out.
yes, I agree.
This James Baker dude,
Yes,
he was the second witness. Remember, it was Bill Priestap and James Baker were the witnesses that John Durham used to go after Michael Sussman, the guy that was the lawyer for the Hillary Clinton campaign that entered the fake Russia dossier information. You think that freaking seriously? And that's why, and then people are like, it was unfortunate that Sussman was found not guilty. Well, when your two lead witnesses by John Durham that are called in are there to like make it look like it's a legitimate trial, meanwhile they were in on the whole thing. Are you kidding me? When you start to see it, it's like it's such a sham trial.
yeah,
You had the assistant director for counterintelligence.
yeah,
That was the guy that said, we go after Flynn. We go after Flynn to get him fired or to get him to lie. Oh, we better cover up and testify in a manner that exonerates Sussman so that it doesn't expose the FBI in our role.
right,
And then Jim Baker's the other guy that testifies. Well,
right,
he's going to testify to convict Sussman so that then that will open up the door to then convict himself.
right.
Dude, you got to be shitting me.
Yeah, everybody's
People are retarded that thought that John Durham was like the end all be all. Oh, he's going to expose everything. You guys get to eat crow, and you know what who I'm talking to, by the way, that are going to end up seeing this.
right. So everybody's incestuously connected, and if anybody ever gets brought up on charges, they get their buddies to defend them with their armies of lawyers at the FBI,
and they're protected, right? They testify in a specific manner. Yeah. They'll tell the truth-ish, and then but just enough to protect themselves and then protect the person that is being targeted. Right. And so Sussman walks scot-free.
Right. Okay, so let me continue, if you don't mind, and ask a couple questions. So I also wanted to say that recently Tesla plants were attacked and sabotaged in Germany. There's been multiple assassination attempts against Elon Musk. The EU issued a warning letter not to host Trump on X, which was yesterday. And then when he hosted the Trump, there was a DDoS attack, which is a cyber attack on X. And my question is, do you think it's possible that the same people, the deep state, that are doing all this stuff to Trump and Flynn and Americans, are they possibly connected to the attacks on U.S. corporations like Tesla?
Man, you just teed up the perfect question at the exact time. So check this out. Let's take a look at some evidence.
Okay.
So remember, if you look up and do some research and you're like, wait, what about the DHS? We haven't really talked about them. No. So the DHS creates this organization called CISA, CISA.
Okay.
Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, right?
Right.
So when you look that up and you're like, oh, who? Wait, when? 2018? Wait, who was appointed the first director of CISA? It was Chris Krebs. And wait, who appointed Chris Krebs? Oh, wait. It was Mikey Pence, wasn't it? Yes, it was.
Okay. So Mike Pence is appointing all these people. Why would Trump let Mike Pence do all his appointments? Is it just like a delegation? Like he just again didn't suspect?
I'll frame it this way. Mike Pence, before he became the governor of Indiana, he was a congressman for 12 years from
Right.
2001, January 3rd to 2013, January 3rd. And then he became the governor and then the chair of the Republican Governors Association. And then he was foisted to be the Uniparty's handler for Trump starting in July of 2016. Just about the same time that Crossfire Hurricane was launched. Coincidence, huh?
So wait, so
Mikey Pence, hold up.
Okay.
Mikey Pence, as a freshman congressman in 2001, what does he do? He's on the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee was the one that created the Patriot Act. It was the committee that created the Homeland Security Act before Congress then created the Homeland Security Committee. So Mike Pence is a co-author in both of those, extending the FISA court from 7 to 11 judges. Okay. Also from the meaning, if you're a member of judiciary, you have oversight over the Department of Justice and the FBI. Okay. And you have, since you created the Homeland Security Act, you're probably going to help staff that entity known as the Department of Homeland Security. So you have a network of individuals, staff, and people and interests that want to move up in the bureaucracy, and they want to use you as a congressman to, you know, help them get to these places.
Right.
Here's an assumption point. Can we assume that people within Mike Pence's network probably were placed in senior roles within the Department of Homeland Security as it was being stood up at the senior levels?
Yeah, for sure.
I would assume that in more than even chance, yes. Now, who in Trump's orbit as a construction guy, land developer, building developer, like who within his business ecosystem or with the casinos, the name branding, who within his network of influencers, that people that he trusts in his business ties has any remote interest in becoming a government bureaucrat?
Yeah, probably none. So you're saying he relied on Mike Pence for all of his nominations, and that fucked him over.
Would you agree with that assumption?
Oh yeah, and I'm just thinking for the next steps, because if he actually gets elected, I mean, he should learn his lesson. I mean, so how would you advise him to handle appointments in the future? Because there's got to be thousands, right?
If he doesn't have General Flynn by his side, he's gonna make the exact same mistakes that he did in the first term.
Okay, so let me ask about that, because that was one of my other questions that was later. Was I was one of the people who was really hoping that General Flynn would be appointed as a VP, because I thought, especially after the assassination attempt, like you want somebody who's gonna fix this shit and be a warrior. And Flynn was not appointed, and I was upset about that. So, like, do you have any thoughts about that?
My thoughts would be, and this is just pure speculation.
Yeah.
General Flynn is not the type of person that asks for anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
President Trump is surrounded by people that are telling him what to do.
But again, I just thought, like, I don't want to hammer on JD Vance, but I just thought it was obvious you should pick Flynn after the deep state tried to assassinate him. Like, I mean, I thought that was an obvious pick.
So hold up. Let's all right. Tangent moment alert.
Okay.
This goes to today. We skipped a lot of stuff. So let me address it this way. Paul Ryan sits on the board of Faux News.
Right.
So if you're a Republican and you want to fundraise for your re-election campaign, you probably need to be friendly with Paul Ryan so you can continue to appear on Faux News.
Right.
And you probably want to be somewhat friendly with Kevin McCarthy because he's still the number one fundraising mechanism for House races in the country for Republicans through the Congressional Leadership Fund. Right. What does that mean? Wait, isn't Kevin McCarthy really close to Trump's campaign manager?
Who is Trump's campaign manager?
Chris LaCivita?
I didn't even know.
Is it possible that Kevin McCarthy is using Chris LaCivita to make sure that Trump makes decisions that are in line with Kevin McCarthy and Paul Ryan's interests? That would be my assumption.
Right. So the worry is
what else? What about Susie Wiles? Is she loyal to Ron DeSantis or is she loyal to President Trump or both?
Yeah, I don't know.
And isn't Ron DeSantis a former House Freedom Caucus member? Just some things to consider.
Yeah. So I mean, my big worry. So you're saying the Republican machine is now influencing Trump, and it's the same people who controlled all these appointments that got him
So,
screwed over.
well, hold on. I'm going to answer your question about JD Vance.
Yeah.
My perspective, based on talking to some consequential sources that would have access to this info.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not 100% full stop, but here's kind of, and I agree with this assessment. So the Las Avitas and the Susie Wiles of the world were advocating for a Tim Scott, because she used to work for Tim Scott in his Senate and governor's race.
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, yeah, Tim Scott or Rick Scott in Florida.
Florida governor.
And then Tim Scott, South Carolina.
Yeah.
For his VP pick.
Yeah.
The other camp, known as Eric Trump, Lara Trump, President Trump himself, probably, were leaning towards General Flynn.
Yeah.
To be the VP pick as the finalist.
So maybe there's a compromise.
But the Kevin McCarthy, Paul Ryan camp through Chris LaSavita and Susie Wiles are like, oh, no, 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 no. Like the meme. No to General Flynn, because then they get exposed and then they get thrown out.
Right.
Right. And so you have this uniparty rep safe, or General Flynn completely take the entire cabal down division.
Yeah.
So then there's this fight, I'm guessing. Okay, and so enter stage right. Hey, how about we resolve this conflict by having Peter Thiel and Elon Musk? Well, let's just say Peter Thiel, the last boss of Elon Musk at PayPal. Yeah. How about we bring in Peter Thiel, who funded, and JD Vance had been a VC, I guess, with Peter Thiel for a decade now, that Peter Thiel funded for his Senate race in Ohio to the tune of, I can't remember, 18 million or whatever. How about we enter JD Vance, and then Peter Thiel, we'll bring in Peter Thiel and the entire Elon Musk tech community from big tech to help you out win the election so that we can collectively go after the globalist cabal.
Yeah.
And I think that was the sell that was like, you know what? That's probably the best business deal. And then we still are able to kind of like keep the La Savita, Susie Wiles, Kevin McCarthy / Paul Ryan camp without going completely nuclear against Trump.
Yeah, that's the best hypothesis for why JD Vance was picked that I've ever heard. I think that makes sense.
But that
makes me I was going to say that makes me very worried because, again, like General Flynn better be in the administration. I mean, do you have any insights on whether he'd be in the administration at all?
I think that if the President Trump doesn't realize, or at least look into, the outsized potentially role that Kevin McCarthy and Paul Ryan behind the scenes have, especially through Reince Priebus and through Chris LaSavita, into his campaign and the staffing of his campaign into the administration, I suspect that they're setting him up to have a Mike Pence 2.0 as his chief of staff. Yeah. Here's how. Kevin McCarthy has already, you can find the breadcrumbs of it publicly in discussions. Kevin McCarthy is vying to be Trump's chief of staff. The way he's able to leverage his way into being able to do that is, like I said, imagine this, John, you're Trump and I'm Kevin McCarthy. Okay. Let's just put your hat on. Yeah. All right, Donald, President Trump. So I have this Congressional Leadership Fund. I'm the biggest fundraiser. I have been the biggest fundraiser for the House for years now. And I'm sitting on a lot of money. And Chris LaSavita and I were just kind of thinking here, how about you commit to having me as the chief of staff? In return, I'm going to use all that money to do everything that we can possible to make sure that there's a Republican majority in the House. Mm-hmm. That way they're not impeaching you. Okay.
Yeah.
If you don't do that, I'm going to take that money instead and guarantee that the Democrats win the House, so that even if you do win, Jamie Ratskin is going to go ahead and 14th Amendment Section 3 insurrectionist you on January 3rd when the Democrats take the House of Representatives, so that on January 20th, you're not even able to become the president. So do you want me as chief of staff or not?
Is that how it really works? Like, do you like then you're hiring Snake? Even if he took the compromise, you're having a Snake work for you. If that's what's
What
really
option
happening.
do you have, Donald?
I don't. I mean, if it were me, I'd be like, "Fuck no, you're a snake." I'd go with General Flynn. But I see what you're saying. Like they could make problems for him. Oh, I don't know. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
So yeah, why don't you just take me in as your chief of staff? I'll be your beloved Pence 2.0. I'll handle you, Donald, and I'll make sure that everybody, every decision that you make, I'll say, yep, we got it. We're working it. I'll do nothing. I'll protect the interests of all those, the uniparty cabal. I'll protect the Bush, Cheney, Barry Hussein syndicate, right? The Nancy Pelosi's, the Biden criminal syndicate, because I also got significant portion of that congressional leadership fund money from the Ukraine money laundering scheme that we're all part of. Okay. Right. But you don't need to know that, Donald. That's something for me to work. Okay. You worry about just being president. You do your, you do your interviews. You just act presidential. I'll tell you what you need to know. And then I will tell others what I think they need to know based on what you tell me. I'll be the yes man, but I will convey downstream from you what they really need to do. Okay. So that's how we're going to handle you. So what do you think, Don?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. If it were me,
I mean, no. Why change your modus operandi, Donald?
Yeah,
didn't we go through this in your first term with Mike Pence?
Yes.
We'll just do it again, bro. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying he's got to learn his lesson. I mean, that's why I think, well, let's hope we can hope.
How is he going to learn his lesson if Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles are the predominant force of deciding what information he gets?
Yeah, I don't know. Those are his current.
I do know. It's exactly what we're doing right now, explaining how this could potentially play out, educating those in the proximity of President Trump, Dan Scavino, and others. As this goes more and more viral and people talk about it, that's when we can go around the McCarthys, the LaCivitas, the Wiles, all these other folks. Now, a lot of people that are in, they're like, oh, I have to be nice to Susie. I got to be nice to Chris LaCivita because if I'm not, they're not going to pick me in whatever position. I could give a flying fuck about what position. If like I don't want a position, I'm with Elon Musk. I want to remove 90% of the government. So if I'm like, it would be disingenuous for me to say, oh yeah, I want to go into the government so that I can axe everyone else. No, I'm going to I'm going to lead by example. I'm going to go ahead and do it from outside to make sure we advocate for the most efficient, clean, and uncorruptible government employees. And I'm here to facilitate that by applying the maximum number of lumens on every remaining government bureaucrat that we have so that they're like scared during their 8-hour shift. Ooh, I better not like accidentally hit the wrong keystroke because Ivan's coming for me as well as the 100 million other Americans.
Yes, I was going to say, we want you as the Secretary of Retribution, the Deep State Marauder. We definitely want you in that position. So whatever that.
And that's a position of action, not a position of title. I'm already doing it.
That's true. Okay. Okay. So
does that kind of answer your question about the current state? Let's go back, man. You're skipping so much. Well, this is going to be an 8-hour epic. Let's go.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, the original question was, do you think that the deep state is also connected to the attacks that are happening to Tesla and other corporations that favor free speech in America?
Yeah, thank you. We still haven't addressed that. So we set the frame, the context, because you went on a tangent. Stop.
Yes, sorry.
All right. Why don't you pull up and do a screen share on your internet browser and type in public service announcement, PSA, space, CISA, space, FBI.
CISA.
And then space DDoS.
DDoS.
There. Look at that. What does it say from July 31st?
It says CISA and FBI released joint PSA putting potential DDoS attack during the 2024 cycle and election cycle in context. So they're saying that they know about
Do a
the
control F for me and
okay
just type in information.
information.
What does it say?
Attacks could hinder access to election information. Yeah. Oh wow.
So let's
So
take
so
that.
they issued a warning about it and then they actually did it. Wow. So
Yeah,
that what?
exactly
Yeah.
my point.
Well,
It was
that's
a
actually
warning of what they're
yeah.
about to do. And they
That's
did it on Elon Musk last night, didn't they?
yeah, and that's actually a pattern that the Democrats and the liberals and the deep state exhibit is whatever they accuse you of is what they're actually doing. So when they accuse Trump, for example, of leading like a coup, the insurrection, that's actually what they were doing. And
Right.
here,
So this is
yeah,
my interpretation of this public service announcement. And you copy and paste it right there as a source, whatever.
yeah,
It is literally, it's indicating to America that, hey, Elon, we're coming for you. Why? Because Ivan Raiklin is talking about this deep state target list, the Twitter accounts, and the mother of all Twitter files. We're going to do a DDoS against you so it doesn't come out. And we're going to DDoS you so that you don't platform Donald Trump. And we're going to DDoS you into oblivion. Wait, did they say DDoSing election information? Well, last night's conversation between Elon Musk, which is the #1 downloaded news app in America and many other countries, and a conversation with the leading candidate to be the president of either political party, Donald Trump, that to me is election information. So guess what, CISA, Jen Easterly, who's the director of CISA, and Christopher Ray Epps, the director of the FBI, the co-authors of this, we see exactly what you're putting out. You're doing a public service announcement saying, hey, the illegitimate belligerent executive branch is going to take the next escalatory cover-up steps by completely silencing and muting or attempt to through DDoS any election information that exposes them.
Yeah, it is highly suspicious.
That should answer your question.
Yeah, it's highly suspicious that they'd put out the warning and then that magically then happens literally right after the warning. Okay.
If you looked at my Raiklin report from that day, I literally said that they're gonna that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna go after Elon. They're gonna go after like people that like me. They're gonna try to stop the mother of all Twitter files from being released.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we can now let's see. Do you want to go into a bunch of these questions that I have now?
Yeah, so that just laid the context. Let's go.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so I kind of have summarized what I think are kind of like the three main important points of like your worldview, and I want to see if you agree with these. Okay, so point one, U.S. elections are fraudulent and have been for a while. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Yeah, so a couple sources that help me, inform me on that is if you look at Troy Nell's book,
yeah,
Troy, The Big Fraud,
Big Fraud.
It in excruciating detail goes to the history of election fraud in our country going back at least 150 years, and it documents it with some significant sourcing behind it.
And so, what? Sorry.
The only time that we have free, fair, transparent federal presidential and vice presidential election in our nation's history, pristine, were when we conducted them specifically under the mandates of Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, which is where the state legislatures actually voted on how that state would allocate its presidential and vice presidential electors. And that was done with all states for the first few elections. And then as the nation developed, the legislatures of these states actually passed election laws that delegated the authority on the presidential and vice presidential elections to a concept called popular elections in that state of registered and legitimate voters. Once that took place, that's when fraud started.
Okay. So after they passed these election laws, fraud began.
And then when you go from paper hand count to electronic tabulators, that opens things up for digital manipulation and fraud. It's another level access point for fraud. And then when you add the internet and the ability to connect with the tabulator machines, that adds yet another layer of fraud. And then when through AI, deep fakes, deep audio fakes, and digital software manipulation, big data and AI, that creates yet another layer of a potential for fraud, which begs the question.
So one question is, related to this, is there any actual evidence of any election fraud that has been like, okay, yep, there's definitely fraud? Like, what's the biggest piece of evidence?
So this is what I articulated after December 23rd of 2020, going into January 6th of 2021 to members of Congress. I said, hey, you don't have to agree with me on the retail fraud, the wholesale fraud, the signature verification being inaccurate, thus making it fraudulent, the ballot drop boxes, dropping multiple ballots that people don't even have the authority to drop off on. You can basically disagree with the 2,000 mules, which is evidence. You can disagree with the software manipulation, the machine manipulation that has been exposed at scale by Mike Lindell, who's then been discredited because they don't want that information from getting out. You can disagree with anything Sidney Powell or Rudy Giuliani had presented, or Jenna Ellis, or any of these other folks. My argument was the following. I said, hey, would you, and I'm going to present this to you, John.
Yeah.
In 2020, did any state change the manner in which they conducted their election?
Oh yeah, they allowed much more. They did something to make the mail-in ballots much more prevalent. That was everywhere.
Did the state legislature of that state authorize that process?
I don't actually know. I remember it was connected to some kind of COVID rationale.
39 states ran their elections as a response to the Fauci-funded Wuhan Institute of Virology lab incident.
Yes.
What does that mean? That means 39 states ran their elections outside of the election law as promulgated by that state legislature, rendering 39 states transmitting their electors based on a fraudulent, illegitimate election process.
Yeah. Okay.
That is the biggest, most compelling evidence of an illegitimate call it fraud, call it illegitimate, illegal process. It was straight up raw dog illegal.
Yeah.
And then when I presented it, you don't need to know about software or like coding or anything. When I present it to you, hey, here's the election law of Arizona. This is how the Secretary of State ordered the clerks to run the election. Do you see a little mismatch there, Congressman? Why, yes. In that case, it violates Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, because the manner that's prescribed in the U.S. Constitution to allocate presidential and vice presidential electors is copy and paste this. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct the number of electors when voting for president and vice president. So if a non-legislative actor, such as a Secretary of State, which is an executive branch actor in that state, when a non-legislative actor changes the manner in which the election is run, it is illegal. It is fraudulent. It is illegitimate.
Right. I would agree.
Should I continue, or is that enough?
No, I would agree. Okay.
On that answer.
Let me ask one more question, trying to build a little bit more evidence on another side angle, which is these electronic tabulators. One question about these is, why do we have these? And it doesn't seem like there's any way to audit what's happening in the electronic tabulators. Like, why are we trusting these machines? Do you have any insights into that question?
Just by you asking that question, Jim Baker, as the number 2 lawyer at Twitter, is now making the decision to remove you off of Twitter 1.0 because he's trying to stop you from convincing more people to move towards a free and fair election that they can't manipulate and control to remove Trump from the equation. But I digress.
You're saying Jim Baker censored discussions about electronic tabulators?
The first time President Trump was censored on Twitter 1.0 was when he was talking about the mail-in ballots, right?
Yeah.
The first time, or his first tweet, you couldn't share it, nothing. I was literally at the RNC convention in 2020 when that occurred, and I retweeted with comment. I was like, "Ooh, apparently you can't talk about potential fraud," and I got not suspended, but the account was frozen.
Yeah.
Good
So
old Jimmy Baker.
yeah,
Because
that's
they're
very
trying to do the
suspicious.
electoral heist, friends.
Yeah, that's
Because
suspicious.
they can't have Trump back in because there's going to be a nice cleansing that takes place of the people that I listed. Not because President Trump knows about them. It's because people like me are exposing them. People like Kash Patel knows and wrote a book about it. People like John Radcliffe knows some of them. People like Rick Grinnell knows some of them. And in the collective, we are going to guarantee maximum consequences for them. So continue.
Okay, next question. General Flynn and you talk about this coup. Explain the coup, although we've talked about that a lot. So let me just see if we have the answer to this now, which is it seems like the FBI and the CIA, which is the deep state, they're constantly fraudulating documents or
So
creating.
wait, let's take a moment to talk about the CIA.
Yeah.
Remember there were 51 spies who lied?
Yes. Yes, that was on the Hunter Biden laptop.
Well, why don't you do me a favor? Go to the website. Just type in the search engine as we discuss this. I want people to see the evidence.
Okay.
It's not just me making sounds.
Right.
So 51, actually, type in Hunter Biden laptop and then type in Politico.
Okay.
October 2020.
October 2020. This thing?
There you go.
Okay.
And it's pronounced Politico, folks. Now scroll down and click on the first link that you see underneath his picture. Signed onto a letter.
Right.
All right. So this is the letter where 60 total, but 51 named individuals said that the Biden criminal syndicate laptop had all the earmarks of a Russian information operation.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, Brian Auten had the laptop since 2019, friends. A year. Who was Brian Auten, John?
Brian Auten was originally one of the guys who falsified the Woods file to justify a false FISA warrant application.
And then he later became the Foreign Influence Task Force. What?
That's at the FBI what, director or something like that?
He became the supervisory intel analyst at the Foreign Influence Task Force, the organization that was created to monitor Russia impact on the elections, right? And foreign interference. Yeah. What does he instead do from headquarters? He and Laura Demlow works with Elvis Chan at the FBI field office in San Francisco and with Jim Baker to go ahead and coordinate that censorship industrial complex to basically say, hey, that Biden laptop that I've been sitting on for a year, we have to label that as Russian information.
Right.
So that we can censor it. And we can protect the Biden criminal syndicate.
Okay.
That's the FBI doing it. But then let's take a look at that. Go back to the website. Let's take a look at the 51 names.
Oh, yeah.
Zoom it in, baby. Zoom it in.
Okay. 1 second. Jim Clapper, Mike Hayden.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Jim Clapper, former what does it say there?
Former director of national intelligence.
Okay, next, Mike Hayden.
Former director.
Former director of what?
CIA.
Oh, before we continue, people need to understand this, that they won't really find anywhere else. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence was created after 9/11. Okay.
Okay.
And it was created under the Intel Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act of 2004. Okay. I used to teach this stuff, by the way. Anyhow, so this organization was created and it was staffed by almost entirely originally by the, CIA. I'm talking about the ODNI. Mm-hmm. And so in the ODNI, you have an organization called the National Intelligence Council. That is an entity that is taken directly from the CIA, and a lot of it still resides within the CIA buildings. And it's the national, like an analytic arm for the ODNI. So you have a heavy footprint of CIA within the ODNI. Continue. So Mike Hayden's the director of CIA formerly. Next, Lenny Panetta, former director of CIA. Next, John Brennan, Former director, CIA. You seeing a trend here?
Yep, lots of CIA people for sure.
What about, let's keep going down. Scroll down to John McLaughlin, former acting director, CIA. Keep going down. Mike Morrell, former acting director, CIA. Let's go some more. Mike Vickers, former ops officer, CIA. Doug Wise, CIA. Let's keep going down. By the way, former director, NCTC. Remember, NCTC is a construct that came before that was the TTIC, Terrorism Threat Intelligence Center. How do I know these things? I've been in the system. And then before that, it was the CIA's version of the CTC, Counterterrorism Center, right? Next, let's keep going down. This is all CIA. Keep going down. And let's find, oh, stop. David Buckley. Ooh, let's take a look at David Buckley. Do me a favor. Type in that name and in the internet search browser, and then type it before you press enter.
Okay.
Put in January 6th staff director.
You want this one?
Yeah, why not? Let's use their garbage. Staff director for the January 6th cover-up committee. Okay, what? Wait, go back to the list.
Accused of retaliating against whistleblower. Back to the list. This.
So one of the 51 spies who lied on behalf of the Biden criminal syndicate so that big tech would censor it out, and so that Joe Biden, before the debate with Trump, could say, hey, that laptop of mine that exposes my criminal syndicate status and proves exactly why you did the Ukraine call and then debunks the entire impeachment hoax one. David Buckley's on the list. And oh, by the way, the insurrection that we created, meanwhile covering up for the Fedsurrection, we're going to use one of the 51 of our guys that covered for the Biden laptop to also cover for the Fedsurrection. Isn't that convenient, John?
Yes.
Why am I the only one connecting these dots?
Well, there's a lot of dots.
Because I guess I'm that good, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's one reason why I want to interview you, because you have very detailed records.
All right. So when you say CLI, you get my point, where the 51 are primarily affiliates of the CLI, which begs the next question, which is an assumption. If it was mostly CLI that are here on the 51 that covered for the Biden criminal syndicate laptop, both representatives of the Bush-Cheney cabal and the Barry-Hussein cabal, as evidenced by the signatories, they're protecting themselves, right? And so what does that mean? That means that, well, the assumption is that if they're former directors of CLI, they probably still have a lot of networks and connectivity and talk to people that are still employees of the CLI, right? And senior analysts at the CLI. And is it possible that their affiliates and close surrogates were the ones behind slow rolling the Executive Order 13848 release on foreign interference in our elections, and to stop any evidence showcasing that China had involvement in messing with our 2020 elections when they came out with the Intel Community Assessment on foreign interference in our elections?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that that is a strong assumption, and I discussed that a little bit in my podcast with the Hodge twins. Mm-hmm. You might want to catch that, episode 20.
Oh, I did see that. That was a good episode. That was good. Okay. So to summarize, I asked, what was the coup that General Flynn talks about? And the coup is essentially that the deep state keeps creating these disinformation campaigns to oust their political enemies. And all the Russia stuff was utilized to justify the ousting of multiple people. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I laid it out, didn't I?
Yes. Okay.
I mean, was it convincing?
Yes. Well, I mean, I think
again, I'm only giving you the superficial layer.
Well, I mean, it's all connected to these fraudulent documents that we discussed in the beginning. I mean, that's the most important thing, that people need to understand, that there are these fraudulent documents that are trying to organize these efforts to spy and oust these people, because they know like you said, the dirt. Okay, one question about this to follow up. I have heard you and Flynn say multiple times some of this stuff goes way back into the 1960s. And so I'm just curious, is that just because the FBI as an institution has been doing this for years and years and years? Or is there something different that like I don't know about?
So in 1947, we had a law called the National Security Act passed, which
Okay.
creates the CIA from the OSS,
Okay.
which creates the State Department, creates the Department of Defense.
Yeah. And and you're saying
Okay.
so they've been in charge the whole time, or
Hold on,
they've
hold
been
on. I'm just
okay.
getting started here.
Okay.
So there's a law. I mean, let's step this through. This is important.
Okay.
Go to the search engine and type in presidential finding. Okay.
It says presidential
Click on
finding.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, just go to Wikipedia. Now let's take a look. In the US, a presidential finding, more formally known as a memorandum of notification, is a presidential directive required by statute to be delivered to certain congressional committees to justify the commencement of covert operations by the Central Intelligence Agency. So let's take a look. Current use of the presidential finding stems from Hughes-Ryan Amendment to the Foreign Assistance Act of 1974. Let's click on that. Hughes-Ryan Amendment.
Oh, here's Ryan.
No, go back. Okay. Amendment to the past. Senator Hughes. The amendment addressed the question of CIA and Defense Department covert actions and prohibited the use of appropriated funds. So anyway, I'm not going to go into detail. Here's what it basically says.
Okay.
It requires for there to be a covert action, meaning we got to define what covert action is, right? And
Right.
contextualize it with the other two categories of activities in this realm. So you have what's called overt collection or overt actions, where people know what you're doing, you're not hiding it, and we know the source and the sponsored entity conducting the overt activity, right? Mm-hmm. Then you have what's called clandestine operations or actions. Clandestine means that an operation or action takes place, but it is done in a manner so that no one knows it took place.
Okay.
A covert action is where you have an action that takes place. People see that it took place and know that an action took place, but you do not know who the sponsor of that action is because it is obfuscated or tried to be placed at the responsibility of not the actual sponsor.
Okay.
That is a covert action. Now, can it be a clandestine and covert action simultaneously? Yes. Got it. Covert actions under this law requires a president to sign a document known as a presidential finding, which authorizes the CIA to conduct whatever the covert action is. It could be anything from an assassination, right?
Right.
To foreign influence operations, et cetera, et cetera. So this goes to your question. Now that you know the context and framework, when General Flynn, as the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, one of those things is not only speaking truth to power before congressional committees that we talked about, but also auditing the use of contractors for the DIA. It starts to kind of like get people to squirm that may not have been allocating resources in a proper way and on the up and up. And then when he then becomes the incoming national security advisor, and he indicates he's going to do a wholesale audit of the entire intelligence community and national security ecosystem to include the black budget, who do you think starts to squirm? The 51 spies who lied.
Right.
That represent the Bush-Cheney CIA and the Barry Hussein CIA. And it goes back to even before that, because guess who Bush Jr.'s daddy was? before he became the president and before he became the vice president. He was the director of the CIA. So if a General Flynn is asking to take a look at all presidential findings on the books from the start to today, to do an audit on every single authorized op by a president and the CIA director, that starts to implicate the Bush syndicate.
I see.
In a massive way. That starts to implicate the Barry Hussein John Brennan syndicate. That starts to expose everything going back to the 1960s that is part of this question, because then we can take a look at, I wonder who was behind the assassination of John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah.
You see how important that is?
Yeah. So essentially, General Flynn wanted to audit the presidential memorandums, which are essentially secret authorizations from the president to the CIA. And that would have caused General Flynn to learn about all these connections that display the corruption and the malfeasance of the CIA all the way back to the 1960s.
By name, date, place, transgression, and financial category, and follow money. And again, he alludes to this in the movie. I'm just extrapolating what he says in the movie based on my knowledge and understanding of the apparatus.
Yeah.
Of what could be gleaned.
That makes sense.
Because you got to remember, it begs the question, why has the JFK assassination files, why have they not been released? I wonder what role George H.W. Bush had at the CIA around that period of time, if any.
Interesting.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Not an accusation.
Well, that's another reason that I really hope General Flynn gets at least into the administration, because I would like to see that. And I'd like to see, hopefully, some of that stuff would come out, because I don't think you can get rid of the corruption until
So let me pause here and ask, do you think Elon Musk knows the system at this level to be able to make it efficient as per last night's space?
The CIA? Well, that's an interesting question. Again, if there's black budgets that nobody has an idea of what they are or what they do, I don't know how you fix that. Because
I would answer this way. I would answer my own question and say Elon Musk has no clue.
Yeah.
He's a massively successful and intelligent man.
Yeah.
But there are areas that he's a political novice. He says it himself. I mean, listening to him yesterday, he doesn't know a lot of this stuff because he's been busy focused on developing massively consequential societal and humanity level solutions with his products.
Right.
He hasn't expended any energy on this, which what I'm getting at here, it requires someone with an intimate knowledge that had, just like Elon Musk now has an intimate knowledge of Twitter 1.0. But the thing is, he's not complicit in any of that. So he can literally expose everybody without having any risk to himself of exposing it. Just like a General Flynn, clean, can come in and just totally clean house without any legal risk to himself.
Well, let's hope that happens. Okay. So wait, let me ask this question, which is a follow-up then. With all the stuff based on the fraudulent deep state, fraudulent documents, fraudulent voting, do you think that we are a republic as constituted today, or no? Would you say that in practicality, we are not actually a republic?
I mean, on paper with the U.S. Constitution, we're a constitutional republic, but in order for that to maintain itself, it requires the first three words of the Constitution to actually know their role and responsibility. And the reason why we haven't been able to do that is because this cabal has stopped the First Amendment from flourishing for us to understand what's going on. Like this content that I'm putting out before you right now, it was censored. I was suspended. They then surveilled me on the Quiet Skies program, like you have, I think, a question later on, where they tried to coerce, manipulate, intimidate me. So then I just traveled by vehicle. but that's like, I still do it, but then it slows me down from digitally sending information out at scale to train, advise, and educate the country, to then travel. It slowed down my travel. I couldn't, in some instances, communicate to state legislatures to correct and start participating in creating this constitutional republic, and then communicating to the people to make sure that we could guarantee that the constitutional republic continues.
Right.
So to answer your question, I guess more succinctly, we are, but we're not, because people are not activated to guarantee that it's a constitutional republic. And that's why I'm stepping in the breach. And that's why I'm doing maximum number of interviews and content to help shape the national conversation for people to understand and come to the same conclusion that I have.
Yeah.
This is the threat. This is the enemy. This is the problem.
Well,
and then this is what we can do within the legal, moral, and ethical framework under the constitutional republic that we agreed to participate in, to hold these people to account, to restore it.
Yeah. Well, you bring up a very good point that in order for us to actually be a republic that follows the Constitution, the government employees actually have to know the Constitution. And I think I saw a previous video of you where you say something like,
yeah, like on Tucker Carlson, I said that.
Yeah, yes, where you said, I can't remember if it's the military or what, but you said, like, if you were to actually ask the officers or many people in the government in high up positions, do they actually know any of the Constitution? The answer is probably no.
Yeah, they know their oath. They can say, "Oh yeah, I will support and defend the Constitution from enemies, foreign and all form enemies, foreign and domestic, and I bear true faith and allegiance to the same." Blah blah blah. And so, but they don't know the content of the 7 articles in the 27 amendments. If you don't know it, then you're not going to be able to defend it, right?
Yeah.
It's like, exactly. Yeah, I'm defending the Constitution. Yeah, what's in it? What are you defending? I don't know, man.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's move to section 2, which are questions about Twitter and the mother of all Twitter files. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this might be my last interview that I do, and I'm just going to reference everybody to this.
Well, I'm okay with that.
Because you're covering everything.
Okay. So the premise here that we'll see if you agree with is that Twitter conspired with the U.S. government to take away the First Amendment. First of all, do you agree with that statement?
It's not about agreeing. I mean, it's been laid out very effectively, succinct. I mean,
yes, I'm just
the Twitter files.
Yeah.
Go to the Twitter files. Go to the Weaponization Committee hearings and the content that they've produced. Go to the Judiciary Committee hearings. Go to the Oversight Committee hearings.
So that's
I sat behind these people. Let's go with Oversight. Start with the Oversight Committee.
Okay.
James Comer heads it up. As I'm sitting there listening to one of the members of the committee, Nancy Mace, come out and say, "Hey, I was duped by you guys into injecting myself and mutilating my body. And now I have an adverse reaction that I can't really address." And this is like, before this, she came out with that. She was like one of the toxic, feckless, coward Republicans, right? That kowtowed and was duped into everything. And then she finally woke up and she called out. Who testified, by the way? Jim Baker testified at the hearing. Number 2, Vijaya Gade, he was the deputy general counsel. She was the general counsel. And then the head of trust and safety was Yoel Roth. Guess what? So as he comes in and sits down, I basically stand up and say, "Hey, Jim Baker, Ivan Raiklin here. Remember that name." He's like, No. I said, "No, remember that name." And then I said, "You too, Vijaya and Yoel," as they sat down, and Vijaya was shivering during her opening statement as I sat directly behind them. And I have this on video. And again, I'm going to put together probably a documentary movie called The Deep State Marauder, which captures all the instances that I've marauded, not only the reporters of Politico, of New Woke Slimes, of Washington Compost, but also the belligerent executive branch actors known as Chris Ray Epps, Merrick Garland, Ellie Mayorkas, the Jim Bakers of the world, right? And the Lloyd Austins, the Mark Millies of the world. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So
let me take a 30-second break because I got to get something to drink. Can we pause it?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Let me pause the recording. Resume. We are resumed. Okay, so we just went over some of the evidence for the Twitter conspiring with the U.S. government. Some of these things include that Twitter censored information about vaccines. Nancy Mace specifically talked about this. The Twitter files release, which evidences that the organizations like the National Science Foundation were essentially looking for misinformation and contacting Twitter to censor certain subject matters.
So they had a specific portal between government and Twitter that was set up in order to do the censorship. Two components I gotta like. This is so important to understand with this question. Number one, you had the portal between CISA. I forgot the name of the organization that they created, and it was like a backdoor discussion group, and then internal Slack channel coordinated effort between the Office of Director of National Intelligence, the Foreign Influence Task Force at the FBI. CISA had also countering foreign information task force or influence task force at CISA.
Yep.
And obviously the San Francisco field office of the FBI would have been the coordinating effort there. Elvis Chan was the key conduit with that. And then Jim Baker was the conduit within Twitter because he was the senior person from the organizations that were part of coordinating, with the government, right? So,
right. So yes, there's a string of connections that the government was influencing Twitter to have them label things as misinformation and censor.
Yeah, because they're protecting the Biden criminal syndicate, and that means they have to stop any content that exposes their illegitimacy. One, the electoral stuff. You got to remember, a lot of this stuff happens because in November of 2018, Democrats win the House, and then Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House. Nancy Pelosi is literally the representative of San Francisco,
right?
Which is providing top cover for the biggest donors to her political legacy.
Right.
It's like, it's right there. It's in your face, folks.
Right.
She's providing the top cover for this to happen.
So let me ask a question about this Weaponization Committee. What is the Weaponization Committee? As an American citizen, I don't know what that committee is or what it does.
Yeah, so let me see how far in depth I want to go with this. So it's a subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee. The way that the U.S. Congress works, you have the House and the Senate under Article 1 under Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution.
Right.
Within that, you have the Speaker of the House that's voted in at the first part of the Congress, right? And then they decide on who becomes the chair of the different committees. There's standing committees, and then there's permanent select committees, and then there are committees that are created, voted in by the Congress that are like only authorized for that particular Congress. Like right now, we're in the 118th Congress, the 118th two-year term Congress. And in that Congress, it was a negotiated agreement between the House Freedom Caucus, of which I advised, and Kevin McCarthy, which was the first Speaker of the House under this Congress, where he created the Weaponization Committee. It's a subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee chaired by Jim Jordan, and then the Weaponization Committee also chaired by Jim Jordan, for what it's worth. Mm-hmm. A second committee that was created was the COVID Select Committee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, which is a subcommittee of oversight under James Comer, and then the chair of that select committee is Brad Wenstrup, worthless. And then the third committee that was created was a separate committee called the Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. Okay. Which was to expose Chinese Communist Party influence on U.S. institutions.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
But
anyway, weaponization specifically goes into the weaponization of the federal government against Americans.
Yes, that's what I'm interested in.
So that's been the focus of exposing partially what I've already laid out.
Right.
The First Amendment violations, the Fourth Amendment violations. But again, even though the authorization is to go after all elements of the government, since it is a subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee, the jurisdiction is primarily focused in on FBI and DOJ's weaponization against Americans.
Is there somewhere where we can read the findings of this committee? Because I'd be deeply interested in reading about what the Weaponization Committee has found and what they conclude.
Yeah, so go to the website, judiciary.house.gov.
Okay.
And click on the committee.
The committee.
Oh, no, hover over it and then go to subcommittees.
Subcommittees.
And then scroll down and see the last one. Select subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government. And then you can see who's on there. Yeah. And then you can scroll. And then on the right, or I should say, you can see recent activity, or you can scroll to documents and then find up top any of the documents that have been produced.
Hang on, I see recent activity. These are some, so I can read this later. I can look at some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, but within this Weaponization Committee, they have released documents that demonstrate that that the government was targeting individuals. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That answers that question.
I'm one of those individuals that was targeted.
Yeah. Okay. So that was okay. So that's actually a question.
Now I come after you.
Yeah. Okay. So wait. I'm sorry. I'm looking at. I had that question. So you were targeted for censorship. Okay. So how did you get put on this list?
Which list of the many?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's another question I had later. Was there's a ton of these agencies that spy on Americans. I have Quiet Skies, TSA, Stanford Intelligence or Internet Observatory with the NSF, Foreign Influence Task Force, FBI, Crossfire Hurricane, FBI, FISA, COINTELPRO from the FBI, and the Patriot Act. Are there even more of these organizations that spy on Americans? Like, is there even more that I don't know about? And how do you get put on their lists?
You got to be a political opponent that poses a threat to them. So that's how you get on the list.
So essentially, you get on the list by politics. That's what I'm worried about, and that's why I think there might be other Americans that maybe are lower level, but have been involved in politics that are on these lists, and they should be able to sue the government if they're getting put on lists as enemy.
All right, so all right, let's start with Quiet Skies.
Okay.
Go to the internet and type Quiet Skies DHS OIG report.
Quiet Skies DHS. What'd you say?
OIG
report.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
TSA needs to improve management of the Quiet Skies program. Let's go ahead and hold that tab, go to a new tab, and then click on Boston Globe video, Quiet Skies. Let's go ahead and play that.
Okay, I don't know if there will actually be sound on the recording. Zoom is sometimes funky about playing other people's recordings.
When you take a domestic flight, are you being followed by a team of armed, undercover air marshals? If you've recently flown into the U.S. from certain foreign countries, you may be, even if you're a U.S. citizen and not on a terror watch list, even if you've never been suspected of a crime. A Globe investigation into a secret government program called Quiet Skies reveals that the Transportation Security Administration is putting air marshals on planes to surveil thousands of ordinary Americans. Under the Quiet Skies program, air marshals follow and collect extensive amounts of information on some citizens and send that information to the TSA. The rules for selecting passengers for surveillance are broad. Documents obtained by the Globe show that air marshals are following citizens on domestic flights to or from cities like Boston and Washington, D.C., New York, and Seattle. They take note of whether travelers use a phone, go to the bathroom, chat with others, or change their clothes. They report on whether passengers eat, fidget, or have what they call a cold, penetrating stare. While air marshals typically have assisted the FBI and surveilled people on a terrorist watch list, Quiet Skies casts a wider net. Sources told the Globe that surveillance targets have included flight attendants on duty, a young business executive, and, in at least one case, another federal law enforcement officer. Anyone who flies into the U.S. is pre-screened for the program. Documents show about 30 people on domestic flights are monitored each day. Thousands have been surveilled. The program has little external oversight. Critics and some air marshals say it may be unconstitutional. And travelers are not notified if they're being monitored by a team of air marshals. So, are you being surveilled? The next time you take a domestic flight, you just might be.
Yeah, so I mean,
All
that's clear. That's clearly not constitutional. Like that's going to be
Right.
inappropriate. That's going
Let's go ahead. You know, since we're on this subject, can you go to the internet again and just go ahead and do a search? Put in Stu Peters, TSA, Green Beret, communism.
Stu Peters, TSA, Green Beret, communism.
Yeah, let's see if it comes up. No, not that one.
Stu Peters, 5 things to know.
Yeah, click on my, there we go. Go to my Ivan Raiklin X right there.
Okay.
Let's play that. See if there's a video up top. There.
Okay.
Yeah. Click on that.
Play this. Okay.
When I started on this diet, I weighed 255. Today, I weigh 140.
Yeah.
Hey, 99%
I think this is a commercial as well, right? Yeah.
Well, the TSA and the Department of Homeland Security were both created to protect ordinary Americans like you from foreign threats. But American progressives see you as the biggest threat of all, so they've, of course, weaponized both of those institutions against ordinary American patriots. Ivan Raiklin is a former Green Beret commander. He's an attorney who's argued that deliberate and systematic constitutional violations occurred in the 2020 election. He's also campaigned against the perpetual masking of children and a lot of other insanity going on right now. All of that is legal and entirely within his rights as an American. But Raiklin has been punished by being put on every list that you can imagine. He recently had a remarkable experience. I saw it in Telegram, just trying to fly through D.C. and Boston for a speech in New Hampshire. He was pulled aside to be screened repeatedly when there is zero reason to believe that he poses any threat of unlawful physical violence or any person, property, or equipment damage on any airplane. Doesn't matter. He's being targeted for his ideas, which the government has decided is a threat worthy of routine harassment. And Ivan Raiklin joins us now. Ivan, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
All right, that's enough.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Stu.
So essentially, they're putting anybody on for no reason, just because you're a political opponent.
I can explain how that process worked. I think I've been able to reverse engineer exactly who in the government created this process under its current form.
Okay.
And for details on what that looks like, that OIG report goes into details. And as I discussed this, if you can go to the report and go to like the back, I think maybe the last few pages, it goes to what they actually do to you when you're placed on the Quiet Skies program. So here's how it worked.
Okay.
Benny Thompson, who chaired in the 117th Congress, the last one, the Homeland Security Committee, which was later appointed as Mike Pence's beloved Liz Cheney and Nancy Pelosi's beloved Benny Thompson's January 6th Cover-Up Committee is the full title, right? The Fedsurrection Cover-Up and the Insurrection Promotion Committee, headed up by Benny Thompson. Remember, he's dual-headed as the J6 Cover-Up Committee chair and the Homeland Security chairman. So as the chair of the Homeland Security Committee, he gets to decide the funding allocation, right, to the Homeland Security Department. As the chair, he has an outsized role, and he has the outsized role of providing oversight over the Secretary of Homeland Security. So what does he do instead? In order to perpetuate the insurrection narrative and to cover up for the Fedsurrection narrative that I am exposing, probably one of the biggest thought leaders in the country exposing that, to include Benny's role, he puts out a memo to Ali Mayorkas, basically saying, I'll summarize it. Go ahead after the people that I'm about to send to you and basically try to put them on this Quiet Skies program so that we can find enough dirt on them to then prosecute them, along with the other manipulated evidence that we have created from the CCTV footage of January 6th, as well as the sworn manipulated testimony of U.S. police officers, to then weaponize against anybody within the vicinity of inside the Capitol, vicinity of the Capitol, or in Washington, D.C. And then they present that over to the FBI to go ahead and create the lists of what they are targeting. And by the way, David Buckley, one of the 51 spies who lied, is Benny Thompson's staff director, helping in creating their target list. Right. I'm using their precedent. Now I'm targeting them as a target list of who we go after.
I mean, people should be able to sue them. So one question is, like,
how do you sue them when the jury pool doesn't believe a single word that you and I say right now, because they duped the jury pool, meaning America, through the censorship industrial complex? That's why X is so important. Truth Social, Telegram, Rumble. We are now reversing the manipulation. That's why I'm all in getting our First Amendment back. Once we get that set in place, now we can create that. Like, by the time we get into the courtroom, the jury pool's like, let's go, man. Conviction, 100%.
Yeah. So the only way
to finish off with the Quiet Skies program, yes, Benny Thompson sends over to Ali Mayorkas to say, hey, go after these people. And I had to be on that list. And then I was placed on it for 21 months. They surveilled me on every flight. I identified some of the not the Secret Service, the Federal Air Marshals. I'm like, hey, bro, what's up? There's only 2 of you. There's supposed to be 3, according to the DOJ or the DHS IG report.
Do they wear?
Can you imagine? It's like, no, they're undercover. They're supposed to be clandestine. I'm like, dude, I'm picking them out. Like, hey, bro, I know what's going on here. I have way more training than you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, what part of Green Beret, retired lieutenant colonel, or at the time I was still in the reserves, what part of Green Beret colonel and constitutional lawyer did you miss in your like research of me? Of course, I'm going to know exactly who you are. Like, I don't have counter surveillance or counterintelligence training.
Well, it's shocking. I mean, it's shocking that they would surveil patriots. Like, again, like clear American.
Yeah. So imagine this: a dozen TSA agents from security checkpoint to onboarding at the gate, 3 federal air marshals. Think about the massive wasted resources deployed on me to target me politically, with the sole purpose of finding something on me so that they could criminalize me. That's it, right?
Yes.
Because the digital, what they looked at all my Apple holdings, my Google holdings, my Facebook holdings, my PayPal. I have receipts of all of it, because those companies at the end of their investigation sent me a note saying, FBI, this case file was looking into your everything. Imagine, like, look at the average citizen. Do you think that the average citizen could clear scrutiny if all of their digital holdings were scrutinized?
No, not at all. And
they'll find something, right?
Yeah. Yes. That's what I worry about.
Guess what they found on me?
Nothing.
4 middle fingers up their ass. That's what they found. Okay.
Well, wait. So wait. Are you saying that Quiet Skies, it's not just about surveilling people on an airplane? They actually look at all your electronic communications and files. Is that correct?
No. Don't get me wrong. The Quiet Skies program is exactly what it's depicted in the DHS IG report, which is surveillance from home to airport, in airport, checkpoint, at gate, in airplane, once you land, when you exit the airport to your destination. That's the whole gamut of it, the jurisdictional component. The digital surveillance that I just referenced, that's related to Nancy Pelosi, Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi's directed Liz Cheney and Benny Thompson and David Buckley and Jamie Ratskin working that J6 committee to go after anybody that they think is affiliated close enough to Trump that could potentially come back into office to hold them to account. They're going to go ahead and go after it. And so how do they do that? They create this false predicate. Like what happens to me is exactly what they did to General Flynn, to Trump. It's the same exact thing. I'm just like, I'm nobody, right? But I'm somebody because I know the system and I know exactly everybody that was involved in this. So now I'm a threat to them. Okay.
But
so they
so
went after all my digital holdings to try to get me for, oh, but he was on leave from his contract job, not on reserve duty in his personal capacity at the Ellipse. That means he was in DC. Let's find something on him.
How do you know that they were looking at your digital stuff? Like how do you, and
can I do a screen share?
You should be able to. Yeah, you. Okay,
I can. You want the evidence? I'll put it up right now.
Okay, so I can stop the share, and I should be able to enable you. So if you click the share button, you should be able to share.
Let me find. Let me go to my other inbox. And I'll show you the receipts. Let's do, I don't know, Apple.
These are like stock receipts or something, or like the Apple company sent you a message saying like you're being investigated.
Yeah, let me share the screen.
Is it working?
Wait, let me. I just don't want to share too much. Just the email.
Oh, you got a ton of tabs. If you just click on the option that is just the email, it should only show that.
Yeah, let me just give one example. Hold up. There it is. Share. You see it?
Yes, Apple. This is being sent with a no reply.
Notice regarding a request for customer data. No, this notice is being sent. Dear account holder, Apple received a legal request from the FBI requesting information regarding your Apple account. This legal request only allowed delayed notice to the affected customer. FBI, DC, legal request, subpoena, summons, this case number. And then they were able to, what my sources inside of the FBI tell me is that since I've been sent this, the case has been closed. But nonetheless, they were investigating me.
Yeah. Were you able to?
And they were investigating me without legal predicate. And that's where I am going to come after those. I'm not going to name the individuals that were involved yet. But let's just say I know every single one of them who was involved in investigating me. Because you investigate me, I investigate you. I play by the legal, moral, and ethical game that you illegally conduct on me.
Right. Well, I mean,
that's one example.
Okay, so that
I can bring up the Google one.
No, I mean that's sufficient. I mean that proves,
okay.
And this is helpful for an American citizen, because if they if they receive an email like this, then they would know. The one thing is, I don't even know if that would go, like, that goes straight to my junk mail. I don't even know if I would even see that. But at least it gives us a strategy that if we think we might be being surveilled, we could look for those emails, I guess. Okay.
Let me wait. Since we're on this, let me see if I can find. They did this to my, I think, LinkedIn, my X, my Twitter, my I mean, I think Jackie Boy Smith probably was looking in there.
And because you're a lawyer, were you able to look up like the case, or is it like it's like secret?
No, I mean, I'm gonna address them, just not right now.
Got it. Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. So let's go back to the Twitter. So we're gonna get to this now. The mother of all.
Think about how clean I am. Apple, Google, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn.
Yeah, everything. No,
and they probably had an unlawful FISA on me and probably still have one.
Yeah. I mean, that's concerning. And again, I worry that it's not just you. I worry that it's thousands of other people. That's what.
But here's the problem. I mean, the problem for them is like as they deploy more people on me to investigate me, they like every single person that they send on me to investigate me gets red pilled in the process because they have to listen to everything I do. So I'm literally.
So wait, do you think
it's backfiring on them because they have to fact check everything I'm doing and saying?
Do you think they actually listen to all the conversations, the texts, and the things that you say, and like the interviews that you do? Do you think that there's an agent like assigned to you that is listening to everything you say?
Yeah, well, so they use the media to help triage it.
Yeah.
By having them investigate me, right? And creating news stories about me.
Yeah.
And then they try to use that as the kind of like the triage thing. Yeah. But at the end of the day, like I would think that if they've deployed that many assets to pull all of my records from everything, there's got to be at least a team of FBI agents that are sifting through everything that I do. Yeah, Bring it, punks. I'm here to educate you on the Constitution.
Yeah, you hope that they have better things to do, but maybe they don't.
I welcome it. Like literally, I'll in the process, deploy the whole U.S. government on me so that I can red pill them all.
Yeah, and okay, so you also do this thing where you are asking for whistleblowers. Have any whistleblowers actually contacted you and they're like, "Hey, I'm investigating you"?
Not whistleblowers that are investigating me. So I know some people in the system. Mm-hmm. Let's just say that.
Okay.
I get whistleblowers pretty much every day reaching out. I've gotten DOJ, I've gotten U.S. Capitol Police. I'd say the best example so far is, why don't you go to Twitter?
Okay.
And do the following search.
Okay.
Go and search Real Defender 45. Go into her Twitter.
Okay.
And then within her Twitter, do a search. I know on the phone you can do it. I don't know if you can do it in here. But no, within her Twitter itself.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
You should be able to search just put in USCP.
I'm trying to figure out where I put in the search.
Put it in the top right, I guess. Just put in Real Defender 45 and then
Real Defender 45.
USCP.
US.
Space USCP. That might come up. No. Click on media. No, I guess not. Go back to top and then click on click on the top tab.
Top tab.
Scroll down to where it's no, I guess it's not in there. You know what? Let me look. Okay. Bottom line is the U.S. Capitol. There's a senior U.S. Capitol police officer, former, that put together a whistleblower report as a result of kind of the campaign for people to come out, and he basically is I think they're starting to see the writing on the wall that Trump's likely going to win, so they're trying to save themselves before we come in and basically treat them as co-conspirators.
Right.
They're trying to mitigate their own risk.
Yeah.
No, self-preservation, which is great.
Okay, so let's go to the mother of all Twitter files. Let me just try to see if I can correctly understand what this is. This is the idea that Elon Musk has access to the private communications through X, so to the DMs, of government officials that were conspiring with Twitter. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So wait a sec. Let me log in. Go ahead.
Okay. And so, like, I've been thinking about this, right? Like, I'm thinking about this conundrum that it's kind of a conundrum for Elon where, in theory, he probably can't release these DMs because that would be bad for the X. Like, you wouldn't want users to think that their DMs are going to get released. But so then, is it correct that the strategy is then, if Elon Musk moves the company to Texas, then the Attorney General of Texas can subpoena the company for those files to check to see if any Texans' rights were violated? Is that like the strategy?
So there's two layers to this. Okay. The first layer is, if you agree with me that Jim Baker, well, we know that Jim Baker was the deputy general counsel at Twitter. And it's probably, I mean, would you agree that he probably was issued a company phone, tablet, laptop, and computer, or a combination thereof?
Yeah, for sure.
And is it likely that he communicated on those devices?
Yes.
And is it likely that his Twitter account, the Jim Baker, also was utilized and used? The direct messages were probably used.
Yes.
So imagine we take Jim Baker's situation,
Yeah.
apply that to him, apply it to Kamala Harris's comms team that used to work at Twitter 1.0, and then apply it to every single member on my 600-person deep state target list as it applies to if they were Twitter employees. Then there's a bigger swath of evidence, communications that we can draw from, and their direct messages, which have, if the geotagging, location data services was on for the app Twitter, that means that the communication, when it occurred and where the device was located, gives us a jurisdictional component of that communication. Now imagine that communication meets the elements of RICO, of treason, of you name the crime, right?
Right.
And then apply it to the crime within the jurisdiction upon which it occurred, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, right, etc. That means that evidence, it's criminal evidence that Elon Musk has, that is now away from the jurisdiction and influence of Gavin Newsom and the left, now within the purview of Texas and the AG Ken Paxton, who just wrapped up last year the failed impeachment attempt of him by the Bush-Cheney syndicate. Right? You see how all this stuff starts to line up?
Yes.
So then Elon Musk, he can release a lot more than what he's released. Why? Because when he was doing the initial Twitter files release, it was before he even jumped in to endorse President Trump. Now he's in a position where he's like, what can I do to guarantee President Trump wins based on my holdings?
Right.
Right. So then he's more motivated now to go back into his Twitter files or Twitter holdings to then see what he can do maximally within low legal risk to expose yet the mother of all Twitter files. Right.
Right.
I'm just making it simple by telling him who to look at and what to look at, and then where you can find it and the people.
Right.
With the list provided to, it's been provided to Schellenberger. It's been provided to Taibbi. I had a 5-hour meeting with Taibbi, and others. Ken Paxton has awareness of this. Jim Jordan, James Comer, Barry Loudermilk. So a lot of key people are tracking.
So there are people who have seen like files like this. And
I'm just compiling publicly available information. There's nothing in there that's outside of anything that's not public. Okay. It's just more organized, if you will.
So we're trying to get more of this information released specifically from the people on your deep state target list.
Yeah. So who can, right. So Elon can dig further specifically on these people within his Twitter holdings, the emails, the internal Slack channels, the direct messages, and then geotag it and then divvy it up to the red states that have red AGs. And maybe Paxton is like the conduit as he divvies it out based on the agreements and treaties between the states on this law enforcement matter. And then he motivates the AGs to say, hey, just conduct the precedent set by Peekaboo James in New York. Right?
Right.
Or they send it out to the district's attorneys for them to conduct Fulton Fanny precedent or Alvin Bragg precedent, right? Because those are DAs. And then the sheriffs can be given the guidance of, why don't you conduct the objectively reasonable precedent that was conducted by Michael Byrd, U.S. Capitol Police Officer, on Ashley Babbitt, or objectively reasonable precedent that was set on by Lila Morris, Metropolitan Police Department officer, on Roseanne Boylan. Or they can just simply do stuff like they did the precedent on Roger Stone, the live stream swatting raid kidnapping, or to Peter Navarro, the armed robbery kidnapping, or to Steve Bannon, the swatting kidnappings. Or in the case of a congressman like Jamie Ratskin, why don't they just do the precedent set on Marjorie Taylor Greene or the former House Freedom Caucus chairman, still current member of Congress, Scott Perry. And we apply both of those. Armed robbery, swatting, we apply it to good old Jamie Ratskin and his wife, right? And the same residence.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that if a crime was committed in a certain location, we have record of that, the sheriffs can deputize people to go after those people.
Well, the DA then the DA gets the evidence, puts the criminal referral in, signs the warrant for the arrest, and then the sheriff can go ahead and say, hey, I need help.
Yeah.
Who can I get help from? Oh, what about those signers of the Declaration of Military Accountability? Wait, you mean the people that were kicked out of the military because of the illegal jab mandate? Wait, that's like 80, 100,000. Wait, that's a cool group of people that will take really short time to train to then support the deputization so that we can conduct objectively reasonable conduct, as I just mentioned, legally, morally, ethically, to the max.
All right. I like that. Okay, so so now I understand what the mother of all Twitter file is. I understand sort of like the plan to execute.
Yeah, and then Ken Paxton can, like, all these AGs can subpoena it, right?
Yes,
especially Ken Paxton.
Yes. Okay, so moving on to another question, which is I think pertinent to many Americans, is I think that the censorship goes very far on Twitter in that they're probably censoring many, many, many people's posts. And so is there any way for American citizens to check to see if they were actually censored from Twitter? Like, is there any way where I could check if I'm on it, or my friend could check if he's on
it? So if you go to Grok, let's do it right now.
Okay. Let's see. Grok. Yes.
Type in your Twitter handle.
Okay, so the one I have multiple.
The one that you suspect that was censored.
Okay, Eagle Wolfpack. Okay, and
type censorship. Are there any censorship filters applied to this account?
Okay, here we go. They'd be about as noticeable as a cloak. It's essentially saying that they're secret.
No, change it to normal. Not take it away from fun mode.
Oh,
up top.
Regular.
Go to regular.
Okay.
Let's try it again.
It says it's plausible. Shadow banning, throttle blending, but while direct evidence might be elusive without internal data, it's essentially saying it's secret. It won't tell me.
Well, you can use mine as an example and do.
Okay.
Is the account? Are there any censorship filters on the account? No, Raiklin. Raiklin.
Yeah, I got that. Okay, so
No, not Ivan Raiklin, just Raiklin.
Oh, Raiklin.
Because that one's pretty clean, I think, at this point. Okay. This one was the one that Brian Otten, Elvis Chan, Jim Baker censored.
Are there any censorship filters applied to this account? Based on the broader concept.
Wait, go back. So when I did mine yesterday, maybe you have to frame it differently. Are there any censorship filters on at Raiklin?
Okay.
Just change the
any censorship
grammatical construct. Or I should say, what censorship filters exist on Raiklin?
Oh, okay, hang on. Get the name right. And is it capital?
Just put what censorship filters exist on Raiklin.
Okay, what censorship filters exist on at Raiklin?
Yeah, something like that. Because it listed them for me the other day. Now, here we go.
Wait,
content moderation, shadow banning, user reporting and moderation, policy enforcement.
Well, it's saying let's see. There isn't direct, but it's saying there isn't direct explicit evidence about censorship filters. However, we can infer potential scenarios from broader platform practices and user experiences shared across similar. Okay, so let me try the same prompt with mine, but I'm not sure if that's conclusively saying that they're associated or not.
So let me say this. On GitHub, as it applies to the election stuff, he put out a list. And I was like the number 18th individual account that they feared the most and put it in that shadow ban.
Where's that
process.
GitHub? Where's that GitHub? How do I get access to that?
Oh man, you're making me do some work here. Hold up.
Well, so if I put that exact same prompt, I'm getting the same thing that you're saying.
Here, let me ask the guy that did this for me.
Okay.
Hey, can you resend me that GitHub link that showed me as one of the people censored on GitHub by the FBI? I think it was like number 18. I was above Lindell.
So I can check the GitHub as soon as I get that link.
Yeah, once I get the link, I'll send you it.
Okay.
Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, next question. If you're getting tired, you can let me know.
No.
Okay.
Let's go.
Are you of Russian ancestry? And do you think that makes you get more likely to get put on the lists?
I mean, that is a legitimate question. My parents. So the short answer is yes. My parents fled the Soviet Union in 1974.
Right.
Yeah. And the reason why they were political asylum, because what happened to General Flynn basically happened to my father at the hands of the KGB, because he was trying to speak truth to power during his master's thesis, exposing Khrushchev's policies on trying to grow corn from north to south after his trip to Iowa.
Right.
And so as he was calling that out, saying, yeah, that doesn't work in the tundra and the Arctic.
Yeah.
And so as he was basically doing that, KGB caught wind of it, knocked on the door, tried to get the manuscript for the thesis to get him in, and start to throw him in the gulag.
Yeah.
My mom was able to burn the manuscript, and his thesis chair was able to essentially say, hey man, I was able to protect you from the gulag, but you can't finish your degree. So goodbye. And so under the Jackson-Vanik Amendment, he was able to flee the Soviet Union into the United States. And then I was born. So, I mean, the short answer is, are you of Russian ancestry? Yes. The nuanced is they fled communism legally. And then now I'm here fighting it in America. And I would say that, no, my assessment is that no. Okay. But if you're on the political target list and they find that out about you, then they're going to try to figure out and skew it. Luckily, I'm not going to disclose it here, but there's a document called the SF-86, which is standard form 86 that you have to fill out in order to obtain a top secret clearance in the U.S. military, U.S. government. So as part of that, you have to go into your everything background.
Yeah.
Luckily, in my last interview, when they kind of followed up to make sure that everything, all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, I provided a, let's just say, fail-safe content to them. And they asked me, is there anything else that you want to say that you haven't covered in our interview? And the thing that I said was specifically, I can't believe how I can forecast things. I basically said that there are certain components that I mentioned in this interview that I've explained it to you as a representative of the government, understanding that if it does get out and is utilized by the Speaker of the House and Adam Bullshit, I think I mentioned Adam Schiff, but I specifically said Nancy Pelosi, they're going to try to use that as part of their narrative of the Russia hoax.
Yeah.
And I said, I want you to write that down so that when I have to FOIA it, I can use it against them. And she was like, ha ha. I'm like, no, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Write it down. I'll wait for you to finish writing that as part of your notes. So because I did that as a preemptive countermeasure, while they wanted to probably apply the Russia to me in the government, I don't think they did. They may have tried to use that as a vector, but when they found nothing, because remember, they had to look through everything.
Yeah.
So there was nothing there. I did everything by the book. But needless to say, I'm sure they wanted to, because it would have perpetuated their narrative, just like they did on Carter Page, on General Flynn, right?
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
luckily I've operated very cleanly for such a time as this to go after them.
Okay. Okay. Next question is again about Twitter 1.0 before Elon owned it. So when I was on Twitter 1.0, I remember the 2020 and 2016 campaigns very vividly. There were a ton of like MAGA accounts that were doing like these Trump trains, and there were a ton of memes. And after Trump lost the election, many of those accounts were systematically disappeared. So there are many accounts that I used to follow that I have track of that are now like disappeared. They're gone. And I wonder if the censorship complex like forced those accounts to be deleted. Like, do you know any information about that, or were any of your accounts deleted, or any of your friends' accounts deleted?
So I only know about the January 10th purge.
Okay.
So I can't really count January 10th of 2021. So the way it worked was, January 6th, Mike Pence presided over the lack of quorum illegal certification. On January 7th, basically in the wee hours into January 6th, he kind of sealed the deal with the Fedsurrection. And then on January 8th, the censorship came in mass, and I basically called it out the day prior. I was like, see ya. I'll see you over at Parler, because they're probably going to shut everybody down.
Yeah.
And then I had a meeting with the Parler CEO in June of 2019, basically with a couple other folks. And you can do some research and see who those other folks are. I'm sure there's a picture out there. But with the Parler CEO and we had a conversation. We were like, this was June of 2019, and we said, hey man, what are you using for your cloud? What's your stack reside on? The intellectual property. He's like, we're on AWS. And we're like, you need, like, literally as soon as we get out of this meeting, you need to get off of that, because you're gonna be taken out. I mean, that's Jeff Bezos. That's Jeff Bezos here.
Yeah.
No, we're good. We're good. Well, unfortunately, on January 10th, Parler was taken down, right?
Yeah.
Because AWS decided to remove them. Again, people don't like to listen, and they face consequences.
Right.
So that's the day we all went to Telegram. And then, the rest is history. Truth was created, and we started to kind of like go into other directions. Getter. Okay. Now we're back on X.
Okay. Okay. Well,
that's the longest non-answer I can give you.
Well, it kind of gives some. It does demonstrate that there was a purge of at least some apps. And what I'm wondering is, it's possible that there was a targeted purge of actual Twitter 1.0 accounts.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the short answer is absolutely. When you look at the list that I showed you, when you look at, I'll have to get that link to that GitHub. I mean, it's clearly set up that way.
Yeah.
And then they were targeted further, because when you look at the construct of the January 6th cover-up, the Fedsurrection cover-up committee, and who was in there, you can see all the names of the individuals that were involved, the contractors and the members and their staff that were involved in it. And then you can read, I mean, it'll take a time, but I did it. There's about 20 books of those that were on the committee, affiliates within the White House, as well as witnesses before the January 6th Fedsurrection cover-up committee, that in the collective really expose all of it. And one in particular, Denver Riggleman, who's a technical advisor, talks about the 6 different teams that were set up within the January 6th Fedsurrection committee. You got the blue team, the orange team, purple, whatever. And if you look at the details of each of those teams, it has the specific purpose to, one, cover up the U.S. Capitol Police's role and those in the government, and then with the specific other purpose of going after President Trump's affiliates that are in the most capable position to expose the Fedsurrection, the illegal election, all of the shenanigans.
Yeah.
And so they had to target and go after all of them. I mean, the John Eastmans, right? The Mike Lindells, the Steve Bannons. I mean, these are all people that can expose Mike Pence. The litmus test is, if you can expose Mike Pence maximally and create consequence, him and his kind of cabal, then you're going to get literally, lawfare destroyed. But I had the luxury of learning from all these other, A-listers, if you will. And I'm like in this quasi weird position for them, because I know about them in so much detail, and I'm not close to President Trump the way that they were. So it's like this balancing act for them. I think I'm in a position of creating too much greater risk for them if they raise my profile by coming after me. So their easiest path is to censor me out maximally. Right. But now they're in a difficult position to do so with Elon on board with us.
Right. Okay. So that gets us answers essentially all my questions, or we have answered all the other questions at an earlier time on the Twitter. Okay. So we're going to the final section here. A couple more questions. Hang in there. One question is, does the deep state kill people who fight against them? How much does the deep state push back? And are you worried about like how the deep state would push back against you?
So let me answer the second part this way. By you asking that question, I want you to take this how I say it. You are not ready to be, you don't have the necessary courage to maximally come after them. Okay. Okay. Just by asking that question.
So you have to be willing to face death.
So I tell everybody, if you're asking me that question, maybe I shouldn't be talking to you, or maybe I should be motivating you to get to the point where you will never ask that question again, because the question should be asked. That same question should be asked of everyone on my list. Let me quote you. Highlight it again. It essentially states, should those members on my deep state target list be concerned and fear and be fearful? Absolutely. As long as I'm around, absolutely. What's your next question?
Okay. Let's see. Next question is
as far as killing,
yeah,
we already covered that.
Yeah.
I mean, what did they do to Martin Luther King Jr.?
Well, okay. So let me just say one.
What did they do to Trump just like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago?
Yes. Okay. So it's trying to elaborate that a little bit more. Yes, I fully acknowledge that it seems like the FBI has obviously assassinated people. But my point is, the ones we know about are top dogs, like a president or the Kennedys or MLK or Malcolm X. My question is, do they actually kill smaller level people who are coming up that nobody knows about? Does that make sense?
I'll give you a lot of examples.
Okay.
Ashley Babbitt, Roseanne Boylan, Anwar al-Awlaki. John Brennan used a drone without due process, vigilante style, murdered an American citizen abroad. That was Barry Hussein using, remember presidential findings we talked about?
Yes.
Covert action?
Yes.
Johnny Boy Brennan executed.
Okay, so but let me
and then what about the Fauci funded Wuhan lab incident? How many people did they murder as a consequence of the Fauci funded lab incident?
Right. But okay, so
and then how many people did they murder utilizing big pharma?
Well, many.
Let's just use the CDC's own data.
Those are okay, but let me just talk about these specific names. So like Ashley Babbitt, that was the person who was shot on January 6th. She was coming through a window. The Anwar al-Awlaki guy, that guy was actually he was either in Pakistan or Afghanistan. I can't remember which one, but he was like part of like a terror network, right?
Yeah, but who makes the decision on whether or not to execute an American citizen?
Yes, I fully agree that there's I
don't disagree with what you said.
Yeah,
I think the best thing to take a look at, if you have 22 hours, why don't you watch and listen? Rand Paul on the Senate floor, filibustering for 22 hours, calling out the drone strike murder of Anwar al-Awlaki, of an American citizen. He could be the biggest scumbag in the world, right?
Yeah.
One, he's an American citizen. He's afforded actually some rights. And it's not up to Barry Hussein and John Brennan to unilaterally decide to murder someone.
Yes, I agree with that. And essentially that sets a bad precedence where you don't know who they might be killing. So I agree. Okay, next question. How can normal Americans fight against the deep state if in theory they could be targeted or whatever? Like how can normal Americans fight against this?
It's so simple. You take a look at my deep state target list. You take a look and see where do some of those members of the deep state target list live. They may be your neighbor. They may go to an event or an activity with you, right?
Okay.
They may be a colleague. They may be a relative, right? They may be in your household. And so what do you do with that information? You then find out everything about them and you're like, ooh, what Ivan's laying out is supported by massive amounts of evidence. I don't like that. So then you ask yourself, what can I do? Well, you can start out with exercising your First Amendment in their face. And then you can go where they go shopping, right?
Mm-hmm.
For some, actually, if you want a specific person, their address, their home, their vehicle make and model, direct message me. I can provide all of that. I can't do it publicly because then that's considered, the doxing thing.
Yeah.
But I can privately communicate to whoever requests it specific information that they may want, to then be able to be a very creative thinker to determine how can you use that information to maximally apply the necessary legal, moral, and ethical consequence to that individual.
Right. Well,
and
I
if
agree.
The technology is there for them to illegally spy on us, that means the technology is there to conduct investigative journalism on them as we find as much as we can about them until we do to them what they've been doing to us. You find me the deep state actor and I'll find you the crime.
Yes. Well, Camille Paglia has a quote that's something like, you need to name names. And I think that's one thing that you're doing. And so that's one important
and they're starting
thing.
to squirm because the radical left publications like Raw Sewage are getting even comments from Jamie Ratskin and Alexander Vinman and Julie Farnham, the deputy head of Intel and Interagency Coordination Division over at U.S. Capitol Police, formerly on January 6th, that was involved in the Fedsurrection. She's part of the Fedsurrection 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, next question. Is the deep state the same or different from the globalists? Like, so if the deep state is FBI,
for me, yes,
it's the same. Okay,
my definition was no, it's different.
Oh, it's different. Okay. So who are the globalists? Because I've heard General Flynn talk about the globalists. I've heard Alex Jones talk about the globalists. Mike Benz kind of seems to say like the globalist is like this NATO conglomerate that wants like uniform government. But I don't quite understand. Is that the same or different? And how is it different?
So my whole motto is castrate the deep state and then crush the commies. So domestically, it's the deep state. And then globalists are international forces coupled with influential billionaire forces worldwide, to include the United States, that were never in or formerly govern like U.S. government, that form that globalist cabal. Let's name some names. Okay. If China is in a position now, basically overtaking the four elements of national power, and is now in the number one spot globally of the 193 countries, according to the UN, then they're going to leverage global institutions to promote their global hegemony.
Right.
Some of those institutions are going to be the United Nations, the World Health Organization, right? Et cetera, et cetera. World Economic Forum. So I think the key names that come to mind are going to be Xi, Klaus Schwab, Yuval Harari. Heard of that name?
Yeah, he wrote a book. I read his book. Yes, he wrote *Sapiens*, right? He's a professor or something?
Yeah, and so who else? Bill Gates, right?
Yeah, I'm probably.
So you have these interests that are, without going into too much detail, that is, the globalists are the people that are behind those general interests that I explained.
Right.
Quite a few billionaires that essentially want to continue to escalate their influence, dominion, and control over the global order and all individuals. Now, the problem is that the richest of the billionaires is countering that.
Elon.
Elon.
Yeah.
And so you're basically have, but here's the deal. Elon Musk represents the leader in Silicon Valley, left to right. Like up until he got into politics, everybody respected Elon, no matter what side of the aisle you were on. And so by purchasing Twitter, now X, he has a platform, almost 200 million followers on that platform, to be able to kind of like convey his thought process.
Right.
And a lot of the people that weren't complicit in this censorship industrial complex, well, the ones that weren't complicit, that leaned left for whatever reason, primarily because of the censorship industrial complex manipulated them into it. Those key leaders in Silicon Valley are now moving, whereas before they were radical left Democrat supporters and total TDSers. They're seeing Elon Musk's move to support Trump. It's a seismic shift within the Silicon Valley bubble. And I'm saying that from the perspective of, hey, not only did I teach on the East Coast, but on the left coast, I was in the reserves technology scout on behalf of the Army, focused on AI, mixed reality, gaming. So, I mean, I've been to the Battery. I've bumped into Elon. I've bumped into Jason Calacanis, which is considered the #1 super angel investor in Silicon Valley. And as you observe and watch Jason's Twitter account, which is @Jason, by the way, he's the person that has serial number 000001 of the Tesla Model S.
Okay.
So he's tight with Elon. So Elon is literally changing the psyche and mindset, like wholesale, of Silicon Valley because of the amount of leverage and not only that, the respect that he's earned over the course of his businesses. Because you just don't, you create businesses based on the network you've created, and they've been very successful. So the infrastructure at play, I mean, he's literally changing the culture, but in Silicon Valley. But in addition to that, he's changing the culture of like tech in general. He's moved to Texas, but my point here is that Jason Calacanis has so much leverage over the startup and early stage venture community, and Elon has such a foothold and influence over the later stage venture capital community that between the two of them, they can really change on how that entire community conducts itself in this 2024 election cycle. Like it massively.
Right. So he can have,
and that literally maybe is the only institution that can counter
the globalists.
The globalists.
Yeah.
Like, and Peter Thiel is obviously in that mix. Like those three, I would say, have an outsized position of influence. #1, Peter. #2, I shouldn't say it that way. Elon and Peter, and then Jason is kind of the litmus test for those that are moderate leftists that are like, all right, I've been presented the evidence. I'm not going to say I was duped, but I was duped. Now I'm going to pivot.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that is response to what are the global.
I know these people, by the way, right? So like, for full disclosure, Peter Thiel, I ran for U.S. Senate in 2018, by the way, in Virginia.
Yeah. Yeah. That was going to be one of my questions. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah. Peter Thiel was the first one that I met. I looked at the billionaire list because I'm a realist. Yeah. And I said, who is at the top, the highest point on the billionaire list?
Yeah.
That
you just contacted him and you said, hey, I'm running for Senate. Will you support me?
Yeah, no, I contacted him and say, hey, I'm thinking about running for Senate. Would you take a meeting with me? And he took a meeting with me and I explained it.
How did you contact him? Or did you email like an aide or something? Or you had met him before? Or how, like, you had his email or you had a connection?
Well, Peter Thiel was invited too. This is the first time I think I might be disclosing this.
You don't have to disclose it if you don't want to.
No, I mean, you asked, I'm going to answer.
Okay.
So Elon Musk was, not Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, when General Flynn was the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency,
Yeah.
started a series called the Innovation Series, where he brought in, guest speakers that are, iconoclast innovators
Yes.
of their own right in their respective industries. Got to remember, Peter Thiel, if you followed and looked at his career,
Yeah, I like
so he created PayPal.
Mm-hmm.
He headed up the PayPal mafia, and then he went and did was the first outside investor in Facebook, which later became Fakebook, and then was obviously fast forward. Well, let's just keep it at that up at that point. And so he was invited as a talk about secrecy, and then you got Palantir in the mix, right?
Yeah.
And so he's invited, and I happened to be on that in that meeting in like a virtual teleconference.
Yeah.
And they opened it up for questions. I asked questions, right, etc. Yeah. A couple of them, and there was a back and forth. And so remembering that, I was like, you know what? Since I knew General Flynn, I said, hey, can you connect me with Peter Thiel? And he connected me with Peter Thiel. And then Peter took the meeting. And then we talked. And then he supported, there was only 3 people that he contributed to that election cycle.
Yeah. Who, JD Vance, you?
No, it was Josh Hawley, Kevin McCarthy, and Ivan Raiklin.
Oh, you got. Oh, that's cool. Well, that's interesting for me then again too. If I ever, I guess, so you need a key meeting with the key billionaire to get some money to run. That's what you need to run.
No, but I mean, my calculus when I ran, and it's gonna, I don't plan on running for anything, but I only align with people. Like I have my own ideology and my own brand, and then I seek out who is exactly aligned with key things that I am supportive of. If you're not, like I don't want your money. I don't want your involvement. I don't want anything.
Yeah.
Right. So he happened to be at the top of the list. I mean, just by the stroke of luck, if you will. And then he becomes President Trump's tech advisor.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, he's a really critical individual in this conversation as big tech is moving towards President Trump.
Yeah. What was your
not
strategy?
Big tech, but like venture capital?
What was your strategy for running and winning the primary? Because again, this is something that I'm very interested in. Like, I'm curious to hear what your strategy was as kind of like an outsider, right? Like you were not necessarily an appointed person from the Republican Party, right?
Yeah, my strategy was to be an insurgent candidate.
Yes.
And the whole play was you get the buy-in from key leaders, Peter Thiel. I mean, this was after he was a Trump Trump tech advisor.
Yeah.
And then once you get on the ballot, which I had planned that night, I had a fundraiser where I was going to get General Flynn to endorse me, Peter Thiel endorsed me, and then the money would have come in with his networks, right?
Yeah, so he get endorsements.
And then once that was put into place, the kind of like the lead candidate that was also a quasi MAGA candidate, he had already had a falling out with the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
So then it really would have been, I think I would have secured the endorsement after being on the ballot, with us winning the primary. And then the pivot would have been easy. It was basically Tim Kaine would have been running against me, and I would have called on 3 debates in English and 3 debates in Spanish. And then we would have done it on different platforms because he claims to speak Spanish. I mean, he does. It would have been, I would have destroyed him, John.
Yeah.
Like obliterated, because then that kind of pivots you as a brand of, okay, this is a MAGA Green Beret. So like that creates the necessary credibility with rural and the conservative base.
Yeah.
Now it's expanding to say, hey man, not only that, but now I can showcase and show off my other background and capabilities to a wider audience that traditionally, like lemmings, vote for the Democrats. And then I could be the messenger to explain, like, hey, this is what they represent, actually. And I do it in the language that they're accustomed to. Because in Virginia, 2 main constituencies, you got 800,000 veterans. And then family members. So let's call that 1.5 million of the 8.4 million. And then you have several 100,000 voting U.S. citizen immigrants from primarily El Salvador, right?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? I spent 8 months in El Salvador.
Right.
And then Mexico. I spent 8 months there as well. So then I can draw from personal stories for that to be able to resonate with folks as I explain what I'm about and the policies in Spanish as I obliterate Tim Kaine in the process.
So what happened? Who was the guy who actually won the primary, and what
happened?
Yeah, what happened?
The Republican Party of Virginia blocked me from getting onto the ballot by claiming that I did not have enough signatures. And when I called them out to say, hey, show me which signatures are invalid, they showed me finally that they were using a old database, and I was using the Virginia registration rolls, which was the one that you're required to use by statute. That showcased that I had enough signatures to get on the ballot. But by the time I was able to wrestle out the evidence of what they used to illegitimately remove me from the ballot, they delayed it to where until the day after the ballots started printing without my name. And then the judge in the lawsuit said that, hey, had you submitted a couple days earlier, you would have been on the ballot. But I was like, I didn't have the evidence until when I presented it to you.
So Republican machine fucked you over.
Yeah.
And what a bunch of bullshit. Yeah. Well, when I ran again, I probably didn't have as much of a chance, but I always did feel like the Republican machine has their people that they want. And if you're an insurgent candidate, they will do everything in their power to make sure that you don't win.
Yeah, but I that's my mistake. I should have looked internally. But I had a pretty solid path in some of the allies that I had put together.
But you don't want to run again?
No,
really? I feel like
I think I'm more effective where I'm currently at.
Oh, well, yes, you are effective, but I think you're a great leader. So maybe you should reconsider that.
Well, thank you. I mean,
yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just here to train and advise and equip those that want to be in office.
Okay. Other questions. At one point in one interview, I heard you say something very interesting to me, which was you have teams monitoring people's computer activity. Can you explain what you mean by that? Or is that something that you can talk about?
Yeah, I mean, just the regular research.
Okay, so regular open research. Okay. I was wondering if you had like a whole cyber team that was like studying IP addresses or something. Okay. Okay.
Let me answer it this way. I'm doing everything that the law allows me to do to the max.
To the max.
Legally, morally, and ethically.
Got it. Okay. Next question is, because you've been surveilled, do you take any cybersecurity measures to protect yourself?
That's an interesting question.
And maybe you don't want to say that because maybe that would open you up. But I guess what I'm wondering is, should Americans who worry about being surveilled take cybersecurity measures to protect themselves from the government?
Let me answer it this way. Okay. I want as many members of the belligerent, illegitimate executive branch to monitor me so I can red pill them all.
I like being monitored. To red pill them. Okay, I got it. That's funny. That's actually a good attitude. It's kind of like
think about it. Like, your life and your lifestyle, and if you lived it cleanly, right?
Yeah.
And even if you did like somehow make some whatever mistake, if you are like always operating in good faith, trying to make sure and maximize that everything you do is legal, right? Across the board.
Yeah.
You're comfortable with your own self and you being exposed maximally, right?
Yes, that's how I feel. Yeah.
And so when you know that about yourself and you have the confidence to be like, you know what? I got nothing to hide. Come after me.
Right. Yeah, that's how I feel.
It allows the system, like, it's backfiring because I give you one example. Mm-hmm. When all these people are investigating me across DOD, DHS, DOJ, it forces them to be like in a position of like, damn, Ivan knows his stuff. He's literally egging us on to investigate him. And when we investigate him, we see that he's always up on the line because he's like a mousetrap. Yeah. He knows what he's doing. He forces us to expend massive amounts of resources to come after him. He never crosses the line, but it's like so close that we have to investigate him. And now we're exposing ourselves by doing it. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. So the more of you that come after me, you are now creating a reverse investigation on you, because I know enough people in the system that I get alerted immediately on who and what they're doing to investigate me. Right. And how is that communicated to me? In the most secure way possible. Meaning not in digital form.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, actually, okay. Yeah, not in digital form. Okay. We've talked a lot about all these corrupt organizations.
Yeah, my gut feeling tells me you have a this is going somewhere other than what you're exposing that it's going to go to. Is my gut feeling.
What do you mean?
Because some of these lines of questioning is exactly what they would want to find out from me to see where my vulnerabilities are in order to be able to kind of somehow get in there and burrow in.
Well, let me say, you can. Again, I'm just going to post this right away, and I'm acting in good faith. The reason I ask these questions is because I think that I am being surveilled. That's why I'm asking these questions. So again, like I might seem like a nobody, but I'm a tenured associate professor at a major university where the CIA does a lot of recruiting, and I've traveled to China a few times, and I have an expertise in biotechnology, which is essentially if you're engineering viruses, like you'd want that expertise. So I think I might actually be monitored, and so I'm asking you questions as somebody who has been monitored, like how do I need to prepare my life, if that makes sense? That's why I'm asking these questions.
Yeah, I mean, I just operate full transparency. I mean, I do like 10 hours. It's like seems like 5 to 10 hours of podcasting every day. And
yeah, kind of like you kind of like have said everything. Yeah. And so if you're don't break the law, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Can these corrupt government organizations, can they be saved, or should they just be outright eradicated?
I say, I mean, the simple response is, why don't you use the Elon Musk model and methodology? 80%. Remove 80% to start, and then siphon off the remaining 50% of the 20% that is left. So then you have 10%. There's the whole adage: 10% do 90% of the work.
Yeah, 80,
and I'd say 10% do 90% of the work. So why don't we just remove everybody and then only leave in the most capable, the most critical thinking, the most physically fit, mentally acute, competent, constitutionally minded individuals in our federal government. I mean, we can lop off several departments when you go back to the base constitution in order to provide for the common defense is about it.
Right.
So an outwardly facing, say, Department of Defense that is a much scaled down version that has surgical strategic strike capability to respond to our adversaries immediately. That's basically it. Everything else needs to reside and rest with the states, and they can bloat it how they want. There shouldn't be any of this coercive manipulation based on funding of the federal government that prints money, launders it through Ukraine, sends it partially over to FTX so that Sam Bankman-Fried can fund the Democrat PACs known as Chucky Boy Schumer PAC and then Nancy Pelosi PAC. And then the number 2 guy at FTX, Ryan Salome, does the same thing with the Republican PACs, Kevin McCarthy PAC and Mitch McConnell PAC. Right. How about we stop all that by lopping off 90% and leaving in those critical thinkers that that have already shown over the last several years they're willing to go to the mat to make sure that they're operating in the legal, moral, and ethical kind of time-space continuum.
Right. That makes sense. Okay. So fire 80% of these corrupt organizations.
Probably 90%.
Keep the good guys. Okay. We can wrap it up here. I'm getting pretty close to the end, but there are just a few final, very important questions that I think you have good.
Now let's do it all. Let's go.
You want to do it all? Okay.
All or nothing.
Okay. All or nothing. You're a completionist. I like that. Okay. Was there ever like a Eureka moment? Like when you're studying like the deep state and you think that you're being investigated and you're investigating them, was there any one moment that was like, aha?
Yes.
Okay.
My
What was that?
massive Eureka moment was when I was like, and I'm mad at myself for it too. As soon as it came, the Eureka came, I was like, damn, why didn't I think of this the
Yeah.
day that Elon Musk purchased Twitter?
Yeah.
The Eureka moment was like, hey, Jim Baker is over at Twitter. He's
Yes.
probably communicating with everybody from his former colleagues.
Yes.
Wait, he probably ran that whole op. How do we get that evidence? Oh, Elon Musk purchased Twitter. How can we mitigate risk so that he can do that? And then next thing you know, he's like transferring over to Texas.
Yeah.
So bottom line is the whole mother of all Twitter files didn't come to me until some of the Twitter files started to come out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, these Twitter files aren't exposing the direct messages. They're only exposing the internal Slack channel stuff and only some of it, and then emails.
Yeah.
Why don't we like take this to the next level of everything that Twitter has?
Yeah, they should release it.
And that's when the Eureka mother of all Twitter files came to me, probably last fall.
Okay.
Maybe longer than that.
Got it. Okay. What supplements do you take? You're pretty fit. Former Green Beret. What supplements do you take, and what's your workout regimen?
Dang, we're going deep dive over here.
Yeah.
So I like to swim.
Okay, swimming.
So over my lifetime, I've done ultra marathons.
Yeah.
So marathon, long distance, 26, 50 miles, 100 miles. I did a 1,776-mile run one year. I don't know if you remember that.
No.
If as you did research of me. Before I ran for Senate, I did my exploratory phase where I ran 22 miles a day through every county and city in Virginia, totaling 1,776 miles. And that was 22 was representative of the veterans, average number of veterans that commit suicide each day.
Oh, wow.
To raise awareness to that. And then 1776, obviously, for obvious reasons. So that took me 81 days.
Wow.
Every day.
Oh my God.
Swimming. I like hiking, outdoor activity.
Okay. And
then as far as supplements, I mean, not really, just for recovery stuff, because I broke my leg in January.
Yeah.
Tobogganing. So I've been taking some of the, what is it? Not a little bit of fish oil, and then, but recently, not really, just eating healthy.
Okay.
Fruits, veggies.
Fish oil.
Poultry.
Poultry. I like chicken.
Fish.
Okay.
Okay.
Try
to be lean meat. You know, I do one sit-up a month. No.
One sit-up a month. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Push-ups, sit-ups.
Yeah. Push-ups, sit-ups. Okay.
What else? Squats. I mean, just basically, I don't like to do weights, body weight activity, and then biking, swimming. Right now I'm in the middle of getting to where I'm walking normal and I'm starting to jog because I'm trying to get back my leg recovered to do the Army 10 miler, the Marine Corps marathon. So October, November, and then maybe I can do a ultra marathon in December.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Current events. Okay. So these are current things that have basically been happening. Questions about those. So do we need a radical reassessment of who our enemies and allies are? So for example, I never really bought the argument that Russia is our enemy. I don't understand that. I don't understand why Russia has to be our enemy. Also, it makes me worried that the UK and the EU are trying to censor our citizens. So it makes me wonder.
I don't care about any, like, as my house is burning down, I could care less about any other country right now until we get our own house in order.
We need to focus on ourselves. Okay. I agree with that.
I'm not like most of Congress. They are Israel first, China first, Ukraine first. That's not me.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like the foreign wars. I wish we could focus on ourselves. But okay, so you're not going to make a comment about, well, I think these people should be our enemies. or these people who are our allies, maybe they're not actually
Our
our
biggest
allies,
enemies right now are go back up this document.
are the internal deep state.
Is the internal threat. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. We already answered this one. Has the CIA been turned against U.S. citizens? Yes.
Yep. See above.
Do you have okay, but since we're a completionist, do you have any comments about MK Ultra or voice to skull weapons? I'm very interested in this voice to skull thing, which is as Neuralink develops technologies and chips to read people's brainwaves, there might be weapons, secret weapons that the military develops where they can implant thoughts into people's heads. I'm curious if you have any thoughts about that, or with MK Ultra, which is a brainwashing sort of mission from the CIA.
So in today's day and age, you don't really need the brain to computer interface.
Yeah.
From a like the physical touch point standpoint.
Okay.
Your eyes are like,
yes, they're part of your brain.
The CCP, through its big tech surrogates, are basically convincing a large swath of American society that mutilating your child is a great revenue stream for those promoting it. So that for the lifetime of that mutilation of the child, they can now sell them puberty blockers and chemical devices to keep them at a stable level. I mean, Elon Musk was duped into it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's sad. So that's through TikTok? Is that?
It's called self-mutilation or child mutilation. Like I don't go by that term. That's an inaccurate term. Okay.
What's an
just like term? That one that you're highlighted over right now? That's called mutilation. That's called maiming, disfigurement.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm just trying to get it into the term that they use because that would contextualize.
That's an incorrect term.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Can get rid of that term in the notes. I agree that it's self-mutilation, but essentially you're saying that through TikTok, which is pushing, TikTok is the largest app that's pushing sort of like this bizarre
commie talk.
Yeah, this bizarre.
I mean, it's so evident. It's like, hey, destroy your country. We're going to create a new product line. You're going to go ahead and spend thousands of dollars to mutilate your child, and then you're going to spend thousands of dollars annually to keep that child chemically balanced so that they don't commit suicide.
Yeah, it's disturbing. So you're saying eyes are part of the brain. You don't even need the brain to computer interface. You just need access.
But now, having said that,
yeah,
as a technology scout,
yeah,
let's just say hypothetically, maybe I talked to different companies that had a capability similar to the Elon Musk Neuralink. But instead of being invasive and going subskull, they could communicate with the brain, knowing and mapping out the brain itself with a device external to the skull to be able to communicate with the brain through the skull.
Can you say who these companies are, or you know?
So this capability still is in its infancy.
Okay.
So I would say, like, is that something in the future that we need to be concerned with? Absolutely.
Well, what I always wonder is,
just like RFID technology, when you go and scan and pay, we're going to get to the point where, you're going to be able to hack the brain remotely.
Well, and what I wonder is, again, if we're talking about stuff that companies have, whatever DARPA has or whatever advanced militaries have must be, I don't know how many years advanced, but in the future.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily? Okay.
Not necessarily. Is it possible? Yes, but not necessarily.
Okay.
At this point in time, it's more likely that you're going to see commercial off-the-shelf capability advancing more rapidly.
Okay.
But there is a possibility that they do have a more robust capability, but not likely.
Okay. Okay. Are members of Congress influenced by foreign countries? And who, let's see, we already answered who are the globalists, but like, who are the worst actors in Congress? And who are the people who are really advocating not for the United States, but in fact for other countries?
Don Bacon.
Don Bacon. I never heard that name before.
Ukraine first.
Is he a representative or senator?
He's a House rep from Lincoln, Nebraska.
From Nebraska. Interesting. Is he Ukrainian?
No.
He just
former Air Force Air Force. I think he's a former Air Force colonel or something.
I see.
All right. So basically, every Democrat
Yeah.
would be my
All the Democrats.
response to that.
Okay.
And 90% of Republicans.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is kind of the uniparty thing.
Now, I say that facetiously. Like some of the freshman Democrats that are, especially veterans that are freshman Democrats, are probably not going to fall into that category, at least not until their first month in office.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'd say your really strong Freedom Caucus members are not going to be in that group. They're going to be your America First crowd.
Yeah. So it's easier to name the people who are.
So there's 6 that never voted for Kevin McCarthy that are safe. There's 8 that removed Kevin McCarthy. It's fairly safe. And then you have, about 36 members of the House Freedom Caucus. Then you have adjacent affiliates. And then beyond that, it starts to kind of taper off and get worse. You got to remember that Greg Pence, brother of Mikey, is in office as a congressman. You got Don Bacon. You got 2 remaining impeachment voters. David Valadao, right? Who helped Jamie Ratskin. These are Republicans, by the way. David Valadao from California voted with to support Jamie Ratskin for the Fedsurrection cover-up.
Right.
Another one is Dan Newhouse from Washington. Luckily, we got a guy that he's Trump and Flynn endorsed, Mr. Sessler, that just finished the primary and came out first against the incumbent, Dan Newhouse, but now it's a runoff again between the incumbent and Sessler. So that's probably the most important House race, I would argue, in this election cycle, U.S. House, where we need to make sure that the incumbent, Dan Newhouse, gets obliterated.
Okay. What? Just for clarification, what state is he in, Dan Newhouse?
Washington, I think 4th congressional district.
Washington 4. Okay.
3rd or 4th.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. We answered the question about globalists, illegal immigrants. So we have a border that is wide open. People can just walk across the border. I believe that many of the immigrants coming across, we don't know who they are. We don't know what they're doing. We don't know what their intentions are. I think it's dangerous. Do you have any comments about, do you think the illegal immigrants are dangerous? And are we putting ourselves at risk that foreign combatants are going to come across our border?
I'm going to answer it this way, folks. Do you think a person breaking and entering your own home is dangerous?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's your answer.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
And then using your resources in your own home without your permission.
Yeah.
Then that starts to get into burglary, right?
Yes. And parasitism.
That's the minimum.
Yeah.
That's being done. It's different if you invite them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I like what Vivek says about consensual immigration. It should be consensual. We should be able to decide who comes in. Okay, we answered this one about DDoS attacks. Close to the end here. Okay, miscellaneous. This one's really exciting for me because I want to buy an AR-15. I saw an advertisement on X that was something like Flynnstock Rifles.
Yeah, he dropped the link in there.
I cannot find that anymore. When I Google on the Google, it will not find me Flynnstock Rifles. What's the link? What website do I go to?
Let me find out.
Because I want to buy an official General Flynn AR-15.
You're using the wrong search engine. Commie search.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking that's the problem. I can try DuckDuckGo. What search engine do you use?
None of them are great, but there's one. Let me see here. Called Tagoda.
Yeah, I saw the advertisement and I could never get back to the original website. I can't find the website. Anytime you do any search in any search, you can't find it. So General Flynn's being shadow banned with his AR-15 company.
Let me ask.
While
Nice.
you're thinking, is there any semi-automatic rifle that you would recommend as a military expert, make and model?
Use your own judgment.
Use your own judgment. Okay. Different strokes for different folks.
What's the link for Flynnstock? Okay.
Okay, final thing is, if there's anything that else you want to talk about, you said you wanted to talk about Mike Rogers, or if you have any questions for me, we can talk about anything that you want to talk about.
Is he your constituent?
I am Mike Rogers' constituent. Yes, he is my representative.
You tell me this. So he chairs the House Armed Services Committee. Okay.
Yes, yes.
What has he done to expose the COVID con and the forced, duped, illegal Department of Defense CCP 19 illegal DNA mutilation jab mandate of the Department of Defense?
He's done nothing. Yeah, and I don't like that.
Okay.
Should we call him about that? Like, is that
all right? So here's where we're at.
Okay.
Me and others, not just once, on numerous occasions, have reached out to him, his staff director for the House Armed Services Committee, have worked with other members of the House Armed Services Committee to include Corey Mills,
right,
Jim Banks, Matt Gaetz, demanding a hearing to expose to explain to America that the DOD jab mandate, the mandated one, was illegal from the onset. And then from there, what was mandated was not an FDA approved product, because the one that was FDA approved improperly, it was never produced. Yeah. Only the emergency use authorized product was created. And the legal framework states that cannot be forced without informed consent.
Yes.
Meaning making it optional based on informed consent. You cannot force the illegal experimentation on the force. The only legal framework that allows for that is when the president of the United States, let's make the wrong assumption that he's legitimate, which would have required that Biden, the Chinese Communist Party's ambassador to the U.S., to go ahead and write up a waiver, basically saying that, yes, I waive the requirement due to national security concerns to go ahead and poison the force with the DNA mutilation injection, right? He didn't do that.
Oh, he did not do that.
Mike Rogers is part of the cabal covering up for the COVID con. Okay.
Well,
if he does not have a hearing in September, when they come back from recess on September 9th, and I recommend the following individuals at a minimum be at the first hearing.
Okay.
1, Brad Miller, former lieutenant colonel. 2, Brad Miller is the author of Moral Injury on Substack. Brad Miller 1010.substack.com. Number 2, Rob Green, author of the book Defending the Constitution Behind Enemy Lines. Brad, former battalion commander from the 101st Airborne Division, Army guy, active. Rob Green, still currently serving Navy 05, so lieutenant commander, same rank. Number 3, Lieutenant Mark Bashaw, BASH, yeah. He was the guy that warned his command at the Army Public Health organization in Aberdeen Proving Ground that, hey, these emergency use authorized products aren't really working. They're unsafe and ineffective.
Yeah.
Face toilets, medical nose rapes, right? The PCR tests.
Yeah.
The face mutilators, known as the face masks, where they mutilated the ears of children because they wore them for so long.
Yeah.
They asphyxiated the child, destroying their lungs. They destroyed and created staph infections on faces of children.
And
Okay.
loss of learning. My son
Loss of learning.
Yes, they can't see people's mouths speak, so they have trouble learning language.
Right. So we have that. We have the and then the subsequent DNA mutilation injections.
Yeah.
Well, he basically called that out, and the negative safety signals of the jabs. Guess what happened? He was court-martialed for warning about that. And guess who was signing the judge advocate that signed off on the court-martial?
I don't know, somebody in our list. Somebody up here.
Yevgeny Vindman.
Oh my God. Okay.
Because he was reassigned from the White House National Security Council and then was sent up there, where he led the effort to weaponize against Lieutenant Mark Bashaw, who was thrown out of the military 17 years in.
That's shitty.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got way more people, but let's just start with those. I mean,
so
that would be the first hearing.
So
and if he doesn't hold that hearing, guess what? He needs to be removed and replaced immediately.
I'd be happy to primary him.
Please.
Well, okay. So wait. So one question is, you tried to contact him and he won't talk?
I contacted his staff director, Chris Vieson. Write this name down.
Chris Vieson.
Chris Vieson.
Sorry, catch that quick. Vieison. Vieson, like that. So you contacted his staff director and you did not.
Vieson.
You did not.
Christopher.Vieson at mail.house.gov is the public one.
And they never responded?
No, I mean, I talked to them and they didn't respond digitally, but in person, they're like, they're just waffling around.
I see. So he doesn't.
Mike Rogers is there to protect the system.
Yeah, that's kind of what I.
And now it's time to lump him in with the system and treat him in kind.
Interesting. Well, he has to run every 2 years, so maybe I'll start planning a primary.
Please.
I'd love to do that. Okay. Okay. Is there any questions for me?
That's one category on my deep state target list is the COVID con.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree that, they should never have mandated any of the vaccines. And they,
like I said, with the Hodge twins, I don't do mandates.
No,
because I'm a heterosexual.
Well, they tried to mandate it. Not only did they mandate it in the military, but they also mandated it at universities. So what they told the universities is we're going to cut all your federal funding unless you mandate the COVID vaccine for every single government employee.
Yeah, look at Lloyd Austin's portfolio. See how much stock he has in Pfizer.
Yeah. Anyway.
Wait, I forgot to mention. Did I mention? Yeah, I think I did. That the official fact checker for Twitter 1.0 was Roytards, and and the CEO of Roytards was also on the board of Pfizer.
Oh, wow. That's corrupt. Okay. Yeah.
Is it all making sense?
Yes. Yes.
And why was Roytards the first one to pull out as a sponsor of Elon Musk when he bought Twitter? It's because they're like, ooh, he's got our good. Run!
Yes.
Run!
Okay, well, we have spent 5 hours outlining the deep state and outlining essentially all these questions that we asked. So
yeah, that's just the deep dive. If you want the master class, go ahead and reach out to me. That'll be a 40-hour. I accept 16 students maximum. It's going to be $10K a pop per student.
Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, so what I'm going to do. Okay, so let me. Any final thoughts? Otherwise, I'll stop the recording.
This is the most exhaustive, I think, interview that I've done.
I know. I can tell you're tired. I'm sorry I took all this time.
No, I can go another 35 hours.
Okay. okay, so let me stop the recording.